Author's note. This is a work of fiction. All characters, organizations, places, and events portrayed in this novel are either fictitious or used fictitiously. 1. Tittering, chortling, cackling. So many ways to laugh. Chuckling, guffawing, snickering. Like a baby's cries, each had a different meaning. Shades of pleasure, chords of pain. Across America, the slaughter continued with a discordant laugh track. The end was coming soon. 2. The Lost Battalion ground through dead towns, raising a colossal dust cloud. Burned houses, graffiti-covered buildings, omnipresent trash. Intricate dioramas of pain and torture, gore and death. Body parts arranged in a massive spiral on a grassy field. A trio of impaled policemen staring at the sky, hands bound behind their backs, mouths frozen in the aftermath of a final scream. A child nailed to a door. Totems marking territory. This land was their land. The battalion hardly resembled a military unit anymore. The giant caravan of vehicles and people on foot all moved at a crawl. Civilians outnumbered soldiers. The battalion was a rabble that clawed its way along back roads in the final heat of summer. Only by the grace of God were they still alive. They'd broken out of Philadelphia and entered Maryland, following Route 1 before striking west to give Wilmington and Baltimore a wide berth. The goal was Florida, though after all this time they wondered if it was still there. At night, the eastern horizon glowed red. Low-hanging clouds burned like hot coals. Muted booms disturbed the quiet. Tanks. The 1st Marine Division still held Washington. They'd have to destroy it to save it, but they weren't giving up. They'd hold the capital until they ran out of ammo, and then they'd fix bayonets. In 3 days, the battalion would reach the High Point Special Facility at Mount Weather. The Emergency Operations Center had supplies, defenses. The government was there, running things in their deep underground bunker. The battalion could regroup and rest, keep their families safe, rejoin the remnants of the U.S. Army. So close now. High Point. The Alamo of the U.S. government. 3. A forest of crosses. At first, it was only the utility poles, southern yellow pine poles soaring 35 feet above the ground, one planted every 300 feet. On each, a dead man, woman, or child hung from their wrists or feet, some gutted, others blinded. Bad enough, except some still lived, infected and gasping laughter. As the battalion moved on, the ground next to the roadway became crowded with elaborate constructions made from planks and household furniture, onto which crucified remains hung last with barbed wire. Black swarms of angry flies filled the air. Lieutenant Colonel Harry Lee gazed upon these fresh horrors from his Humvee and said, "Colonel Bell said they're the next stage of evolution." "Yeah, well, he was nuts, sir," said Sergeant Mike Murphy, who was driving. "Even a busted clock is right twice a day." An entire town had been crucified along this lonely stretch of road leading to Bluemont. The amount of effort that had gone into it boggled Lee's mind. He didn't feel disgust anymore. No matter what the crazies showed him, he felt nothing. That scared him more than anything. Right now, suicide claimed more lives than the clowns. Suicide and desertion. The battalion needed a rest. A moment of sanity. "Murphy, you think he was right? About them being the next stage?" "Evolution is survival of the fittest, isn't it?" The NCO said nothing. Lee pictured the world after they were gone. A cannibal world. Laughing maniacs capering in the ruins of a civilization they'd destroyed and forgotten. A tribal society based on sadism. Ritualized warfare, worshipping their god of pain. The concept of family? Gone. Children born of rape. Few children born at all. Humanity. Slowly dying. "We're still fit, sir," Murphy said after a while. But he didn't sound too sure. The radio chattered, an endless series of routine observations and questions. The Humvee ahead of them growled exhaust into the hot air. A tall soldier stood ramrod straight in the turret, manning his 50 cal machine gun. Lee said, "I suppose we are. We'll reorganize at Mount Weather." They had many more mouths to feed now. They needed to inventory their supplies and figure out a new rationing system for food and water. If half of war was firepower, the other half was logistics. They had to get more vehicles and fuel, or they'd be stuck moving 4 miles an hour for the duration. The remnants of the 56th Stryker Brigade, which had come out of Philadelphia with them, had to be organized. A colossal task. Lee sighed, exhausted. He hadn't slept in 26 hours. His headache, which had started in Boston and had since become a constant searing pain behind his eyes, wouldn't let up. All the Advil in the world couldn't dull its edge. Lee was tired. Murphy was tired. They were all tired. Defeated and driven into retreat by massive cannibal armies who months ago had been average American citizens. Bearded and gaunt from rationing. Lee wondered why they kept going. The whole idea of their retreat was to get to Florida and rejoin the army. A tectonic shift had occurred, and Major Walker had seen it coming. They'd gotten out of Boston just in time, pounded their way to Fort Drum only to narrowly avoid a massacre, drove on to Philadelphia, which was under siege, only to watch commercial jumbo jets obliterated. While they endured all this, another tectonic shift occurred. The net fell silent. One unit after another dropped off the map. The Marines in Washington broadcasted a steady stream of scripture. Sometimes the radio telephone operator, or RTO, heard shrieking laughter and screams from locations where days earlier there'd been a functioning military unit. America as they knew it was dying. Even the government's emergency bunkers had begun going dark. The battalion had already passed one of them, Site R, the Raven Rock Mountain Complex in Pennsylvania. The underground Pentagon, they called it. While High Point was the federal government's Alamo, Site R was the military's. Lee had dispatched a recon group to check it out while the convoy rolled through Gettysburg. Lieutenant Ellis had found the entire mountain blazing in a massive forest fire. Meanwhile, they'd lost contact with High Point's special facility. It was still their goal. They had no choice but to hope. But Lee had no idea what they'd find there. Sometimes he thought they should have died in Boston. They were still alive, but one could hardly call this living. Rifle slung across his chest, a soldier walked past Lee's crawling vehicle with a sleeping little girl on his back. The battalion's light fighters had shot their way across 500 kilometers to recover their families. Many of Lee's men didn't make it to Philadelphia. Many among their families didn't make it out. But many were reunited. They'd done that at least, and it had felt like victory. It had felt like maybe there was a future after all. The America Lee knew may have been dying, but these people were still alive, and that was everything. His world had gotten a lot smaller in the last months. The mission was no longer to take back the country, but to simply survive. "We won't give up," Lee said. Somebody had to survive. 4. Maryland State Route 180 cut through trees and farmland. As it crested a rise, Corporal Sandra Rawlings saw the convoy strung out ahead through a brown haze. Dozens of vehicles and trailers, hundreds of soldiers, thousands of civilians. From here, the retreat looked more like a rout. Overloaded with wounded, children, and gear, the Humvees and trucks crawled along the road. The Trailblazers' scout platoon and Alpha Company, Captain Hayes's hard chargers, formed the vanguard. Then, headquarters under Jane with Echo, the logistics company under Johnston, and the mortar and medic platoons. Charlie under Summers, Delta under Perez. Decimated by kamikaze attacks in Philadelphia, Bravo Company, now led by Captain Beach, brought up the rear with the remnants of the Pennsylvania Guards' 56th. Later, they'd be integrated. If there was a later. Everywhere people coughed on the dust in the afternoon heat of this, the last dregs of summer. Babies cried, gear clattered, vehicles snarled and spewed exhaust. The retreat had taken them nearly 200 kilometers out of Philly, through Gettysburg. They felt sickened and numb. Even hard cases like the big hairy Sergeant Muldoon, who seemed born for a war like this. Rawlings remembered first meeting her squad, these light fighters of Company B. Before that, at Harvard Stadium, she'd been a leader. The boys there had been so shell-shocked, they'd all but given up, but rallied to her mothering. These 10th Mountain guys, however, had seen her as a leaf eater. She'd proven herself, not by any single heroic act, but simply by covering her sector and shooting straight. And when they looked at her now, they often forgot she was NG, a nasty girl. They'd changed since that first time she'd met them, and they tried to intimidate and impress her with their barracks routine. The grab-ass, the macho posturing, the dumb jokes, and the bitching had vanished. They'd started to resemble the lost boys of Harvard Stadium, which worried her. They didn't talk about how they missed KFC and beer and PS3 and football games, the comforts of home. They were home, what they called the home front, and it was filled with blood. They missed everything. They missed their loved ones. The world didn't make sense. They were supposed to do the fighting and dying while their loved ones stayed safe. Now here they were, safe for the moment, while so many people they knew were probably dead or cowering in some government stronghold. Rawlings felt the same guilt. She remembered getting called up in Beantown and reporting to the Mule Skinners, a logistics unit with the 164th Transportation Battalion, Massachusetts National Guard. The epidemic was tearing Boston apart. Everybody thought, once the civilian governments had pulled their heads from their collective ass and unleashed the military, things would get back under control. The Army held the line for a while, but only a while. Every day the gunfire got a little louder, a little closer. Every day things got worse. The Army had closed Boston's major arteries to civilian traffic and used them as superlanes for troop movements and logistics. Day and night, the Mule Skinners hauled supplies all over the crumbling city. Then one day, a 5-ton broke down on the Massachusetts Turnpike near the Big Dig. The convoy stopped. Lieutenant Spaulding set up a security perimeter while the gearheads got to work. The Mule Skinners shared cigarettes and sweated in their combat uniforms. Rawlings popped a fresh stick of gum in her mouth and chewed like she wanted to kill it. A group of police officers appeared at a chain-link fence on a nearby hill and looked down at her. Some wore riot gear, about 30 in all. They'd come out of the Mass Pike Towers, a low-income housing project. One cop raised his hands and waved frantically over his head, which made Rawlings stiffen. Something was wrong. While she stared back at them, they climbed the chain-link fence and loped down onto the highway. They glanced over their shoulders. "Sergeant," Rawlings said, "we got company. Some kind of trouble." Lieutenant Spaulding was already jogging toward them. Sergeant Nance sighed. "Look at her go. Wonder Woman to the rescue. Like we need this shit. We're already behind schedule." Rawlings heard Spaulding ask, "What do you guys need?" "Christmas," a cop said, and cut her in half with his shotgun. Rawlings swallowed her gum. "They're crazies." "Shit," Nance said. "LT, shit, loonies." The cops tore into their outfit with a joyous cheer. The policeman who'd killed the lieutenant grinned at Rawlings and swept his finger across his throat. She raised her M16 and fired a 3-round burst, missed, and fired again. The man fell to his knees laughing, smoke pouring from his chest. They're cops, she'd thought. This wasn't supposed to happen. It couldn't be happening. But it was. Nance dropped without a sound, half her face gone. One moment she was a human being shouting orders, the next a falling sack of lifeless meat. Everywhere people screamed. Others laughed. Rifles popped. Rawlings fired at a charging figure. Something blurred in the corner of her eye. Her mouth exploded in pain. She reeled, spitting blood and splinters of teeth, as a gorilla in a bulletproof vest swung his baton again with savage glee, ringing her helmet like a gong. She fired on reflex. The bullet entered his right eye, bounced around, and shot the mess out the back of his skull. Then she blacked out. She'd awoken at Harvard Stadium, her friends dead, her unit destroyed. 2 weeks later, she'd been forced to kill another friend, Private Scott Wade. 6 weeks after that, she watched another good man, Jeff Carter, die. So much horror and death. Yet she lived. Rawlings often wondered why. On Maryland State Route 180, bodies dangled from a dead power line. The battalion hadn't seen a clown, short for killer clown, the nickname the light fighters had given the laughing infected, in days. She wondered where they all went. The fields here had been trampled flat. A massive army had passed through this place. Marching next to her, Muldoon nudged her shoulder. "You okay?" Rawlings glared at him. Was anybody okay? "You're okay," he told her. Unlike the other Bushmasters marching with their heads down and their shoulders clenched, the big NCO walked easily. He'd shrugged off the horrors of Philly days ago and was back to his old, insufferable self. He was doing just fine. The sergeant seemed at home with all this. A true survivor. Despite the affection Rawlings felt for the man, she hated him right then. "Our earnest and intrepid Colonel Lee has gotten us this far," Muldoon said loud enough for the whole squad to hear. "We'll reach Mount Weather soon. Corporal Nutter will grab his balls and tell the president he didn't vote for her." Nutter said, "Is that an order, Duke?" "Ramirez will drink his Mexican ass stupid. Donegal will bitch about something. Make that everything. Garza will somehow get the clap." Garza, "Hooah, Sergeant!" And Klein will look for the nearest gay bar. The squad burst into laughter, earning them worried glares from the people around them. "Crusher 3-1, this is Crusher 3-6, over." Muldoon's radio buzzed. "Go for 3-1, over." "Knock off all the laughing. Now. Over." Now Rawlings joined in. Laughing felt dangerous but good. Muldoon said, "Just boosting morale, Lieutenant. You're killing everybody else's. Gonna give somebody a heart—" "Negative contact, 6. Say again, over." "What the—" "Wait, 1. Train!" somebody cried. Rawlings stiffened as a flurry of panicked screams rippled through the civilians. She looked across Bravo's helmeted heads and spotted a civilian with a scoped hunting rifle standing on an RV. "Train!" the man repeated. "There's a train coming!" 5. Lieutenant Chris Ellis commanded the Trailblazers, the battalion's scout platoon. 6 armored Humvees equipped with advanced surveillance systems, plus 2 cavalry fighting vehicles salvaged from Fort Drum. The vehicles drove in a column formation to screen the convoy's advance. Ellis's platoon served as the battalion's eyes. The ongoing mission involved scouting terrain, detecting threats such as enemy forces and improvised explosive devices, mapping bypass routes, and contacting any friendlies still alive in the area. It was a recon in force. Whenever it encountered a significant number of clowns, however, Alpha's hunter-killer teams bounded forward to destroy them. As leader of the recon element, Ellis had been almost continuously engaged with the enemy since Boston. His battered Humvee bore the scars of axes, bullets, Molotovs, chainsaws. He'd come close to dying countless times. He attributed his survival to luck. That, or maybe he had friends in high places. He wanted to think it was God, but it was hard to believe. God had punished so many so cruelly while saving him. What was so special about him? After the last radio message, he wondered if his luck had run out. Platoon Sergeant Mike Simpson glanced at the radio. Did he just say he spotted a train coming right at us? Ellis picked up the handset. Eyes 4, eyes 6. Say again, over. 6. We've got a commuter train inbound from the east, over. The vanguard had crossed railroad tracks a click back. The convoy now straddled it. The train rocketed on a collision course with their formation. Good copy, 4. Stay on it. Out. He passed on the information to Alpha and HQ, and then turned to Simpson. We'd better take a look. Roger that, sir. He hoped it was friendly. God, let it be friendly. They needed a lucky break. Something good. Anything. The Humvee veered out of the formation and drove a kilometer east across a lonely soybean field where it joined another recon vehicle idling in the mud. Ellis glanced at the ceiling. Tucker? I've got eyes on it, the scout said from the turret. Oh, Jesus God. Make a hole, Ellis said. I'm coming up. Tucker sank into the seat looking pale and shaken. Ellis stood in the turret and gripped the handles of the LRAS-3. A big spy device that provided thermal imaging, GPS laser range finding, and telescopic video cam view. Jesus God, indeed. An Amtrak train out of Washington, 11 kilometers away and closing fast at over 100 clicks an hour. A carpet of squirming bodies had been chained to the locomotive, some still alive and screaming, others mutilated husks. Dangling from ropes, a grisly array of grinning heads writhed in the wind like Medusa's hair. As the train snaked around a gentle curve, Ellis saw hundreds of arms sprouting from the windows. The arms clashed the train's sides with baseball bats, hammers, machetes. Laughing maniacs packed every one of the passenger cars. The train's whistle shrilled across the distance. Train is hostile, he called down to Simpson. Pass it on. Coming down. He dropped into the Humvee and retook his seat next to the platoon sergeant, who was calling it in. No time to set up a combat outpost. Whoever could respond would have to jump. In about 5 minutes, the train would barrel into the convoy. Then it'd screech to a stop and pour out hundreds, if not thousands, of laughing maniacs. Did you see it, sir? Tucker said. Jesus Christ. Ellis took the radio from Simpson. Eyes response, eyes 6. We have a hostile commuter train inbound at 11 clicks. Engage and fire for effect. Continuous fire at will. How copy? The train shrilled again, louder now. Wilco 6, out, the Bradleys responded. Hit that fucker with tow missiles, Simpson said. Coming up. The platoon leader climbed back into the turret. Behind him, the convoy had stopped and broke into a herringbone formation. Soldiers rushed to positions. He expected to hear indirect fire from the mortars, but remembered the mortar platoon had spent its ordnance covering their retreat from Philadelphia. 2 Humvees roared past, gunners cocking their Mark 19 grenade launchers. Another moved to flank the inbound train and rake it with the 50 cal mounted on its turret. The Alpha boys were swinging into action. Ellis returned his attention to the LRAS-3. The train filled the scope. He saw every lurid detail of the squirming bodies chained to the front, mouths wide open in terror, but too far away to hear. The train screamed for them. He turned away in disgust, but some things he knew couldn't be unseen. The first Bradley rumbled past, chewing up the field and spitting mud before lurching to a halt. The stabilized turret traversed to aim its 25mm cannon and battery of tube-launched tow missiles. The battalion had responded rapidly. Even after everything, they were far from cowed. They had discipline, training, courage, and amazing firepower. The clowns, well, they had inevitability on their side. The train shrieked as it closed with its macabre crown of flailing heads. Then it exploded. 3 cars disintegrated in the blinding flash, flinging a colossal plume of smoke, debris, and bodies high in the air. The line of cars behind the impact snarled, twisted, rolled off the tracks in an even bigger dust cloud. Ellis looked around. Nobody had fired. What happened? Did we get him, sir? Tucker asked. Ellis wasn't sure. A pair of Air Force jets rocketed across his view with an aerosol roar. A-10s. The battalion cheered. The clowns had gotten the hammer. "We've got air cover," Ellis said. "The cavalry just dropped a couple Mavericks on the clowns and lit them up." "Fuck yeah!" Tucker vented his stress with a shout. "Yeah!" The locomotive kept coming, framed by a thick, billowing cloud of black smoke. The Jets pounded it with their Gatling guns. The ordnance punched scores of smoking holes in the machine, sending it careening off the tracks in a geyser of dirt. Pieces of the great locomotive pitched, groaning, and tumbled across the ground. The Jets looped again and zoomed across the wreckage from the south, strafing its entire length with a deadly rain of metal. The lieutenant couldn't see much through the veil of dust that covered everything to the north. Then a single primitive figure stumbled into view, its back arching in a paroxysm of laughter, flailing with the gushing stump where its arm used to be. The figure collapsed and lay still. The crazies laughed when they dealt pain. They laughed just as hard when they experienced it. Ellis felt both sickened and elated by the sight. Humvees and National Guard striker vehicles passed his position to finish what the flyboys started. The Jets tipped their wings in friendly salute as they roared out of view. Ellis wasn't alone. He still had friends in high places. 6. Twilight. Another spectacular sunset courtesy of thousands of tons of dust and smoke in the atmosphere. 1st Battalion made camp at Harper's Ferry. Headquarters, Echo Company, and the mortar and medic platoons set up around Brown's Fort and the Point, almost surrounded by the Potomac and Shenandoah rivers. Alpha and Delta companies occupied the buildings along Shenandoah Street, guarding the western flank. Charlie, Bravo, and the Pennsylvania Guard cleared the buildings along Potomac Street and the Harper's Ferry Amtrak station. The civilians camped out in the fields behind the buildings and the Amtrak parking lot. Sergeant Muldoon and his squad of light fighters claimed a comfy souvenir store and sprawled out. Corporal Rawlings tramped inside with a bundle of MREs she'd heated on an MRAP's cooling engine. "Get 'em while they're hot, boys," she said. "Who's got the number 10 Chili Mac?" Donegal, of course, the kid the squad called Skeeter, a real complainer. Back at drum, grimy clothes, greasy plates, and Mountain Dew empties littered his barracks room, which smelled like old socks and fresh farts. No job proved too small for him to weasel out of. Constant combat had sharpened his skills, but had done nothing to cure him of being born a slob. "Actually, I'm putting mine on the market," Donegal said. As was custom, they traded dinners, but their hearts weren't in it this time. Donegal had no takers. Soon, everybody settled into their meals. Eyes vacant, chewing mechanically. Nobody felt like eating, but they needed the calories. Corporal Nutter broke the silence. "I grew up here." "I wouldn't have guessed that," Rawlings said. "Why's that, nasty girl?" "You look like an Iowa farm boy and talk like a California surfer dude." Muldoon smirked. Nutter was certainly unique, deeper and smarter than most grunts, while treating the Army and everything it did as a joke. He acted crazy to keep himself sane. He was the only guy the sergeant knew who showed up to basic training with a last name that doubled as a perfect nickname. "I enlisted to get away from home," the corporal said. "Then I missed it every day I was in the stand. I was just a few miles away, and it might as well be in China. It's gone. All of it. I'll never get home." The squad fell into an uncomfortable silence, waiting for the inevitable joke, but it didn't come. Home was gone. A setup that had no punchline. "I enlisted to impress a chick," Garza said. Built like a gorilla, the soldier carried the squad's machine gun. He was used to being the big kid, the bully. "Girl I went to high school with. I sat next to her in history class." The boys cracked grins. Klein glanced up from the book he was reading. "What was her name?" "Miranda. Cool name, right?" "Oh, yeah," said Nutter, to whom any woman sounded perfect. "She's exactly the girl you're picturing in your head right now. Smoking hot." Shelby paused while cleaning his rifle. His muscles stood out ridged and taut as he moved. The most gung-ho soldier Muldoon had ever seen, the guy loved waking for physical training every morning. "Miranda," he grunted. Isn't that what the cops read to criminals when they put them in cuffs? Yeah, Garza drooled. That's what we all used to say. How we wanted to get Mirandized. I joined up to impress her. Nutter. Did it work? He shook his head. She didn't even know I was alive, man. Now she's probably dead. Dead or one of them. The boys fell into another awkward silence. Hey, Rambo, Nutter said. Shelby. Yeah? I thought Miranda was the name you gave your M4. Fuck you, Nutter. He smiled at his gun. You know what her name is. Johanna. I'd love to hear that story sometime. And you never will, you fucking ballsack. I've got time, Nutter grinned. I'll get it out of you one of these days. Put your ear against the end of the barrel and she'll whisper it to you herself, fucknuts. Why'd you sign up, Rambo? Shelby said. I like guns. Klein enlisted to find himself, Garza said. After 4 years wanking off at college, where some libtard professor made him read the Red Badge of Courage. Klein smiled and nodded over his book. He was the smartest kid in the squad, at least in terms of book smarts. As for street smarts, he was finding his way like everybody else. He read Noam Chomsky and argued with the other grunts about politics. They didn't argue much anymore, another tradition they maintained only half-heartedly. Liberal and conservative didn't mean much these days. Not in this world. Anybody who thought the old shit mattered wasn't paying attention. He put the book aside. Hey, nasty girl. What about you? Why'd you sign up for this glamorous life of adventure? Rawlings said, I wanted to defend my country. The squad cracked up. Bravo, Sierra, Garza said. Another way of saying bullshit. That's our Jane Wayne, Nutter said. What about you, Slim? Ramirez said. I had to do something with my life. Muldoon liked the tall, lanky kid. He didn't talk much and kept his head during combat. A model soldier in Muldoon's book. Rawlings stowed her trash. Watching her, he felt an odd longing, a wave of tenderness, a strong pull across a line he wasn't allowed to cross. Duke, Nutter said. What's that? I was asking why you signed up. Muldoon crossed his arms and said, I was stupid. A big stupid idiot just like the rest of you pumpkins. The squad found this even funnier than Rawlings' answer, but it was the only honest answer he could give. He'd found the Army, and then the Army had found him. Muldoon simply didn't function well in the real world. As much as he rebelled against the big green machine, he seemed built for Army life, a tool with a purpose, and that purpose was combat. Brown walked in and saw everybody laughing. What did I miss? They laughed even harder, probably scaring the crap out of anybody within hearing distance. Muldoon thought about telling them to cool it, and decided to let them carry on. Thinking of old times, he beamed at them. Stupid was why he'd joined, but he'd stayed out of love. Love for a good fight, yes, but more. Love for the dumb kids who depended on him. He saw an aspect of himself in these kids, and while they were as stupid as he was, they were his. He'd lost 2 of them back in Boston, blown to bits in their Humvee. The rest, he'd gotten to Fort Drum, then Philadelphia, and now here, Harper's Ferry. He'd get them all to Florida alive, or he'd die trying. That was his mission. 7. The Trailblazers had been ordered to bivouac at the Coach House Bar and Grill, safe in the heart of the formation encamped at Harper's Ferry. They fought hard all day. At night, they got pulled off the line for rest and refit. Scavengers had looted the beer and food. They'd trashed the place, but there were no corpses defiling it. Nobody had been butchered here. The boys cleaned their weapons and traded MREs before heating them up and forcing them down. Lieutenant Ellis ate a lukewarm meal and thought about getting some rack time, though he knew he couldn't sleep. The train of flailing death's heads flying at him. The jumbo jet splashing across Philadelphia, erasing hundreds of screaming people in a wave of fire. The brutal slaughter at Fort Drum. The mounting chaos at Hanscom. Lieutenant Colonel Prince telling him he'd gotten word the infected had murdered Ellis's pregnant wife who'd been staying with her sister near Buffalo. His precious Gloria, and their unborn son. Ellis had asked, begged, even threatened to get details, but Prince hadn't budged. Some things couldn't be unseen or unheard. And some of those things, they weighed you down so much you wanted to give up. You wanted to lie down somewhere and sleep forever. Again he wondered why he'd been spared. What was so special about him? He'd volunteered for one of the most dangerous jobs in the world. That job had always given him assurance he was protecting his country, his family. Now his family was dead, and here he was, still at war. He no longer fought for himself. The lieutenant supposed when his time came he'd resist death tooth and nail, but until then he didn't care about survival all that much. One had to have something to survive for, something that made life worth living, and everyone he loved had died in a small town near Buffalo. Everything he did now was for the men under him, the civilians behind him. Many of them wanted to live. They still had something to live for. Fighting for them had to be worth something. It gave him the purpose he needed to carry on. Coach House partially emptied as young men went off to be with their families. A few had no family but wandered off anyway to flirt with civilian girls or scavenge camping goods at the local outfitters. The men who stayed had all lost somebody. Two played darts quietly, while the others lay on their bedrolls on the floor, smoking cigarettes and staring at the ceiling. "I'm too young to be this old," somebody said in the shadows. Nobody responded. They all knew what he meant. A voice at the door. "Friendly here, seeking permission to enter." A scout got up, checked his rifle, and went to the door to open it. Ellis sat up in his bedroll and waited for the news. The soldier entered. "Lieutenant Ellis?" "Yeah? What do you want?" "The colonel wants to see you, sir. I'm to take you to him." Ellis put on full battle rattle, as nobody went anywhere without being ready to fight or bug out in a moment's notice. The power had failed in this region, plunging it into darkness at night. The sky glittered with millions of stars. The light fighter navigated his way back in the dark. Ellis followed him to Brown's fort, a beehive of activity, and entered the command trailer. He blinked as his eyes readjusted to bright light. Men hunkered down at their stations, pounding bread bowls and chattering. Every night they did this, keeping the battalion going. Major Walker sketched a salute and held up his mug. "Coffee?" "No, sir, I'm good." "Good work on spotting the train today. You saved our asses." "The Air Force did its share, sir." "Right." The major eyed him. "I'll take you to see the colonel." Ellis nodded and followed Walker into the cramped back office. He saluted Lieutenant Colonel Lee, who sat behind his desk. "Reporting to the commanding officer as ordered." The commander returned the salute and gestured to a wiry soldier wearing captain's bars. "Lieutenant, I believe you know Captain Batista?" "Yes, sir." Batista was the new Battalion S2, intelligence officer, Lee's old job before he took command. They exchanged a nod. Walker closed the door. "You know the situation," Lee said. "The military is still functioning, and we believe command is based either at Mount Weather, Florida, or both. We're trying to reach them, get our people to safety and link up with friendly forces. We're about 25 clicks from High Point Special Facility, where we hope to resupply and make contact with command." "You want me to scoot ahead of the column and check it out, sir?" "That's right. Avoid detection if possible, get eyes on the base, and report. We have reason to believe it may be overrun." Ellis frowned. "Overrun, sir?" High Point had two sets of facilities. Area A sprawled among the Blue Ridge Mountains. The underground complex Area B served as a continuity of government bunker. The president lived down there, along with most of the cabinet and Congress. That's all he knew about. Few people in the world, in fact, knew exactly what was in Area B. Few knew its size, or how long the men and women there could survive without contact with the outside world. The officers explained the operational order. Ellis listened closely and knew better than to ask big questions. He was on a need-to-know basis. He had a job to do, and it started at 0:30. "Yes, sir." He saluted and left. Area A might be overrun. The scout was thinking of an even worse possibility. Area B might also be compromised. 8. Lee popped the cap of his last bottle of Advil, shook out a few pills into his hand, and dry swallowed them. His world was getting smaller and darker by the minute. Every day the battered battalion held fast. Every day the chance it would continue to hold diminished, like thinning ice under his feet. Wax and wane. Everything in this new world waxed and waned. Men, armies, nations, tribes, morals. His battalion. "We have to keep this information close," Batista said. Walker agreed. "It's already out," Lee said. "The civilians have radios." HQ monitored domestic broadcast frequencies around the clock for intelligence, though the media, like everything else, was going dark. The emergency alert system had taken over civilian stations, broadcasting false hopes and propaganda. High Point controlled the system using the FEMA National Radio System. Earlier in the day, POTUS, the President of the United States, Marion Gray, got on the air at High Point to address the nation. President Gray called for strength and vigilance in these dark hours. She asked all Americans to pray for a swift end to the suffering. The usual spiel. Then she called for jihad. She'd urged the crazies in Maryland, West Virginia, and the District of Columbia to meet her at Mount Weather, where she'd personally lead them to war. She'd exhorted the rest to begin the march against Florida and bathe in its blood. POTUS had caught the bug. The signal cut out an hour into her cackling, hate-filled rant. "I'm not saying morale is wonderful right now," Walker said. "But once this gets around, it could cause a panic. Worse, it could cause instability in the ranks." This morning, while striking camp, Lee and First Sergeant Urena had passed each other in the mess, and despite hating the colonel for taking Prince's rank, Urena had greeted and saluted him without any hostility. To lifers like Urena, taking Prince's rank hadn't been just a violation of regulations, but also a dishonorable act. As a lifer himself, Lee understood. But he'd done what had to be done. After Philadelphia, everybody had awoken to the reality Walker had grasped back in Boston. The old world was dying. Gone. They all walked a new world that itself seemed to be disappearing under their feet. The old ways were losing their influence. Only survival mattered now. As an intelligence officer, Lee understood a basic rule of human psychology, which is when the shit hits the fan, people rally around a leader who acts without fear and keeps them alive. Next to that, honor and tradition seemed quaint. On the other hand, he considered, using the same logic, one could argue Urena's salute was also bullshit. Calling him sir, doing his job at all. These were old ways too, but they were still important. Lee knew these forms offered meaning, kept the men going after they'd lost everything, held the battalion together and allowed it to function. The president becoming infected could bring this simmering possibility to the fore. If the Alamo had fallen, so had the government. Or more accurately, the government had changed sides. The remnants of the real government held Florida, and the president had exhorted everybody to rush straight to the Sunshine State and slaughter every living thing they found. A jihad for lunatics. Once this information got around, more quaint old ways might subside. Like respecting the chain of command, following orders, fighting as part of the battalion, protecting the civilians. Lee wondered if he would become more a tribal chieftain than a military officer, ruling by force, fending off challenges from strong rivals. Once America was gone, What were they doing, exactly? "Don't worry about instability in the ranks," Walker said. "I'll handle it." Lee nodded. He didn't want to know about it. He'd seen the major chatting up the young lieutenants, gaining information and trust. Again, Walker grasped how far reality had changed before everybody else had. In the end, Lee would become that chieftain. They were going to Florida. He'd do it no matter what it took. That determination was why Walker had chosen him instead of taking command himself. Walker was a fantastic administrator, and there was a time he would have thrown a friend under the bus to make the rank of colonel. But he wasn't a tough wartime military leader, and he sure as hell was no strongman. If Lee screwed up or had a significant disagreement with Walker, he wondered what the major would do. If he'd throw him under a bus. Right now, as the second senior officer, Walker was a kingmaker of sorts. This tribe had no dynasty other than military tradition. If Lee were gone, Walker would be superior. But Walker had started a new tradition of choosing the commander, and an upstart officer would hope the major would choose him. An officer like Captain Hayes, who openly resented Lee and thought he could better lead the battalion. It sometimes made Lee wonder who was truly in command here. The clowns were only part of the reason he had a constant headache. "I'm wondering how the bug got inside," Batista said. "Area B is basically a giant bank vault. We need to find out if the crazies have a new way to spread it." "The more pressing issue is what's at Area A," Lee told the men. "High Point may have supplies we need. We may have to fight for them. If their position is too strong, we might have to bypass it." "Ellis is good," Walker said. "He'll map it for us." "If we don't resupply, we're going to be hurting soon. The infected have burned through most of the urban centers. They're on the move. If any of them heard the president's broadcast, they're all going to start moving south." The clowns were organizing. The war, he knew, was entering its final phase. Batista said, "At least there's some good news. All of this means Florida is still there. We will have somewhere to go." "Ironic, isn't it?" Walker said. "What is, sir?" "Florida being the only sane state in the country?" Born in Miami, Batista laughed and shook his head. Lee snorted, more at Walker's dark sense of humor than the joke itself. He said, "You're a real piece of work, Major." Walker smiled. "Just doing my part, sir." Lee didn't trust the major, but he was glad the man was on his side. 9. Loaded with surveillance gear, Ellis's 6 Humvees rolled along the road in a staggered column. After weeks of being tied to the crawling convoy, the sudden freedom and speed felt good. The colonel had reason to believe High Point had been overrun, which meant the Trailblazers were heading into the lion's den. That suited him fine. Lee saw him as a dependable, trustworthy soldier who obeyed orders without question. Little did the man know Ellis flirted with a death wish. Regardless, this was the job, and in war, the job carried big risks. Thousands of lives depended on him right now. Simpson drove, idly whistling a pop tune, while Ellis admired the scenery. They passed a collection of body parts hanging from the branches of a northern red oak, a pattern of scalps nailed to a towering beech. Otherwise, the region had been unspoiled by infection. "Sure is beautiful to look at," Tucker said from the back seat. "This is the kind of place where I'd love to build—" "Stop talking, son," Simpson told him. "We're ninjas. The job is observation, not sightseeing." "Okay, Sergeant," the kid pouted. 5 clicks, and we should be able to get eyes on the facility, Ellis said. "Roger," Simpson said. Ellis turned in his seat. "Get up on the LRAS, Tucker." The Humvee rattled along at 55 miles an hour, eating up the remaining miles. On the left, a chain-link fence appeared, topped with rows of barbed wire. The platoon leader and another 2 vehicles turned left on Old Blue Ridge Road, while the rest continued along Blue Ridge Mountain Road. Both routes led directly into the High Point complex. Ellis coordinated with the other team by radio, as Simpson slowed to a crawl. Then he looked up at the ceiling. "Now you can talk, Tucker." "No contact, sir," the kid said from the turret. The place had been fortified. The defenders had built a massive wall of Hesco bastions, huge bags filled with tons of dirt, around the complex, topped by concertina wire and buttressed by wood guard towers. All stood empty. If the facility had been overrun, maybe the crazies had since bugged out. A sign stood in the tall grass reading Department of Homeland Security, Mount Weather Emergency Operations Center. The Humvee idled in the shade of the trees. "Wizard 6, Eyes 6, over," Ellis said over the radio. Lee's voice buzzed back. "Go for 6, Eyes, over. We have eyes on the objective from 2 positions. Objective is fortified but no signs of occupation. Request permission to enter the objective, over. Wait 1. Simpson shot him a glance. "You sure about this, LT?" Ellis said. "Tucker, you're being quiet up there." "I got nothing, sir. Just Hescos. Nothing. Not even birds." The clowns did a lot of things to the dead, but they didn't bury them. If fighting had occurred here recently, there'd be carrion birds. "Eyes 6, you are cleared to enter the objective, over. Proceeding now. Eyes out." Simpson shrugged and drove up to the gate, while Ellis radioed the second team and told them to meet here. The platoon sergeant parked and cut the engine. The scouts dismounted and fanned out to establish a secure zone. Ellis gripped the padlock on its chain and let it fall. "Not very secure." Simpson looked inside and grunted. "There it is. They had a concrete barrier they were using to block the gate. They moved it." "Maybe they all left," Tucker said. "Get the bolt cutters," Ellis told him. On the other side of the gate, a small guard tower stood behind a sign reading, "Warning, restricted area, authorized personnel only. Employees keep left. Have badge ready." Beyond, the road continued past overgrown lawns dotted with trees and small buildings. Larger buildings squatted in the distance next to an empty parking lot. A weathered and torn MRE outer wrapper lay on the grass. It looked like it had been there a long time. The defenders had bugged out a while ago. "You got to admit," Simpson said, "it's pretty spooky." The second team arrived and parked. The scouts spilled out. Tucker hustled up with the bolt cutters. They cut the chain and let the padlock fall to the ground, surprisingly loud. "Spooky," Simpson repeated. "Get back in the vehicles," Ellis said. The column entered the complex, leaving one vehicle behind at the gate. Awash in sunshine, Area A stood empty. Wood and corrugated metal buildings. Massive earthworks to the south, around which bulldozers had been parked. Prefab housing, maybe for refugees, more likely for FEMA workers and the garrison. Tire tracks scored surrounding lawns dotted with bits of trash. Tucker swiveled the LRAS-3, calling out more of the same. "I'll be damned," Simpson said. Area A had been a mighty fortress, but it appeared to have been abandoned. Ellis pointed to a central cluster of buildings. "Stop there." The scouts poured from the vehicles. The platoon leader divided them into teams and assigned each to a building. "Maintain radio contact at all times," he reminded them. They ran off. Ellis led his squad of 4 into what appeared to be the heart of the complex's eastern side, a large metal structure that dominated the surrounding buildings. The men entered a dusty corridor brightly illuminated by fluorescent lamps. More doors. The tramp of their boots echoed down the empty space. The squad stacked on either side of one of these doors. At Ellis's signal, they burst inside. Desk, task light, file cabinets, papers stacked on the desk and scattered across the floor. No people. Ellis radioed Simpson and told him the result. The platoon sergeant he knew would relay the information to Harper's Ferry. The next 4 rooms were the same, empty private offices. Then a storage room filled with office supplies. Another packed with control gear. Clearing the entire floor took 2 hours. The scouts rested before going upstairs. Only 2 doors on this floor, both marked as communications centers. Ellis opened the door and strode into the room with his carbine shouldered and ready to shoot. He stood face to face with a bearded man wearing a dress shirt and tie over blue jeans. He yelled, "Get down on the ground!" The man screamed and fled past another man who dropped his coffee mug and yelled, "Oh, fuck!" Ellis closed the distance quickly. "Stay where you are, sir." His shooters fanned out across the large room. The man picked up a baseball bat he kept next to his desk and held it up. "Don't come near me." "Put that down, we're not infected." Gasping with fear, the man held the bat over his head. "Don't!" Ellis lowered his weapon. "I'm Lieutenant Chris Ellis. What's your name?" "Paul," the man stammered. "Paul Reddy." Ellis glanced at the other man who cowered under a desk. "And who's he?" "Alex Sullivan." Reddy lowered the bat and blew air out his cheeks. "Jesus, you scared the shit out of me." Ellis quickly took in the rest of the large room. They were in some sort of command center packed with workstations and monitors. At least 50 people had worked here. "You with FEMA?" "Yeah." Reddy caught his breath with a shudder. "I work in the Protection and National Preparedness section." "What do you do?" "Assistant Administrator, Grant Programs." "What about him?" "He works in IT." Ellis glanced at his squad. The soldiers continued to clear and secure the room. "How many of you are there?" Sullivan emerged from under the desk. "We're it. We're all that's left of FEMA. At this site, anyway. Are you here to stay?" "Not my decision. There were other troops here once." "Yeah," said Reddy. "Soldiers like you, but they were in the Air Force." "Where did they go?" "They left. They didn't say why, they just packed up and left weeks ago. The staff trickled away after that to find their families. Less and less to coordinate." Reddy gestured to a monitor at his workstation, which displayed a high-tech conference room. The room was empty, except for a dried-out, withered corpse sitting slumped in one of the chairs. Half his head had been blown off. "Who's that?" Ellis asked him. "No idea. But that's the White House Situation Room. We've been looking at that guy for over a month." "What exactly are you doing here?" "Trying to keep FEMA alive. Coordinating relief to the refugee camps. Trying to keep this facility running." "What about Area B? Are you in contact?" Sullivan glanced at Reddy. "Yeah, we talk to them sometimes." Reddy said, "They had an outbreak down there. Some people have the bug, some don't." He winced. "Usually we end up talking to the crazies." "These are the guys, Paul," Sullivan said. "The transmission." "What transmission?" Ellis asked. "The Joint Chiefs are in Site R in Pennsylvania," Reddy explained. "They contacted us last night and told us a military force had been spotted in the area." The jets. The pilots had seen the battalion and called it in. Reddy added, "They said they want to talk to your commander." 10. The convoy rolled into Area A, a tramping crowd of light fighters and a long line of Humvees bristling with machine guns. 5-ton trucks, support vehicles, and civilian vehicles of every make followed, belching exhaust as they parked. Lee dismounted and surveyed the chaos. Walker jogged to him, grinning. "We came, we saw, we conquered," the major said. "Somebody left a perfectly good fort here for us. It's about time we caught a break." "Now we need to secure this place and cinch it up tight," Lee said. "We'll be here at least a week." "A week? Hope we can keep Hallelujah Hayes busy." Lee caught the hint. Captain Hayes complained less when he had something to do. The headquarters staff gathered around. Lee issued orders to place the battalion. Hayes and Alpha Company to secure the facility, Charlie to man the walls, Delta to stay ready to support anybody needing it. Nightingale and Empire to inventory any supplies on base while getting the companies and civilians quartered and fed. Headquarters to the command center Ellis and his scouts had cleared, and the Bushmasters and all other military to an assembly point to keep watch on the entrance to Area B. To Walker, he gave the heavy job of integrating them into a new unit while passing some to other units missing key personnel. "We've got a lot of work to do," Lee said. "Let's get to it." The major smiled and saluted. "Organization is what I do best, sir." They turned at the sound of cheering. Soldiers raised the stars and stripes over the base. Lee walked to the command center and returned the salute of the scouts who'd been posted as guard. Lieutenant Ellis met him inside in the hallway. "The two FEMA guys have Site R on the line, sir." "Site R?" Lee said with surprise. "They're still there. It's good news. Who will I be talking to?" The man's normally stony expression broke into an incredulous smirk. "General Armand Reynolds." "The General Armand Reynolds, sir." Reynolds was the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, the most senior military leaders in the country. Representing the Army, Marine Corps, Navy, Air Force, and the National Guard, the military service chiefs advised the Secretary of Defense, Homeland Security Council, and National Security Council. The chairman had no operational command authority, but he was the nation's most senior military officer. Reynolds had served as Commandant of the Marine Corps. He'd commanded U.S. forces, Afghanistan, for 2 years. Before that, he'd led a Marine regiment into Iraq during the 2003 invasion. The man had a reputation for being tough as nails and for focusing on results. Lee considered it an honor just to speak to him. "Let's not keep the chairman waiting, Lieutenant." "This way, sir." They tramped upstairs and entered a large command center. 2 civilian men with long hair and beards regarded him warily. One stepped forward and offered his hand. "Colonel Lee, I'm Paul Reddy, Assistant Administrator FEMA. This is Alex Sullivan, Information Technology Services Division." Lee shook the men's hands. "You've been keeping this facility running all by yourselves, I understand." "That's right," Reddy said. "There were 1,200 people here in the 6 FEMA facilities. Now it's just us, keeping things going." Lee glanced across the empty workstations. "Remarkable. Is General Reynolds on the line?" "We've got a Colonel Stewart. He'll tell the general when you're ready." "I'm ready." Sullivan stepped forward and showed him how to talk to Site R using the video communications system. Lee said, "Give me the room, but stay close. Ellis, see to it." "Yes, sir." He sighed as he waited. He was about to meet the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, and he felt nervous, starstruck and a little anxious, like a school kid called to see the principal. So strange after the horrors he'd survived. Many old habits weren't necessary to survival, but they died hard. General Reynolds entered the screen and sat in a chair. His gray eyes bored into Lee's. "You're Lee?" Lee snapped to attention and saluted. "Reporting as ordered, General." He'd seen photos of the man, but had never met him. On screen, Reynolds appeared old and tired, but still fierce. He wore a simple combat uniform. The black curtain in the background provided no information about conditions at Site R. Reynolds said, "Let me ask you plainly, Lee. Are you still in the Army?" "Yes, sir. Awaiting legitimate orders." "Grab that chair, son. Good. You were a captain, now you're a lieutenant colonel. You led your men out of Boston in violation of orders to hold it." Lee broke out in a sweat. Short of disapproval, there was nothing Reynolds could do to him from Site R, but that disapproval meant a lot to Lee, who devoted his life to the military. The general was wondering if Lee and his men had left the reservation and become a rogue army concerned only with itself. He said, "Your information about us is accurate, sir." "This is the part where you explain yourself." "I'm listening." "The battalion was under siege and falling apart. Boston was a write-off. The city's southern half was on fire. Colonel Prince told the governor he was going to put him under the battalion's protection. The governor ordered the battalion to be placed under state control, and we came close to a shooting war with them. The chain of command was broken. An outbreak at Division HQ. Prince ordered an airstrike on it before he killed himself. There was a crisis in leadership, and it fell to me to lead the men. They needed to believe in the chain of command. Which might have worked better than it did. He'd come clean with the captains, and while they didn't like it, they'd agreed to go along with it temporarily for the sake of morale. They'd understood they had to keep it to themselves to preserve the battalion's integrity until they got back on the reservation, but that asshole Hayes had spread the word, causing the whole thing to backfire on him, making the impossible task of keeping the battalion alive that much harder. The list of challenges went on, but there was no point in going into detail. He shrugged. That's the way things are above ground these days, General. I took personal initiative. I assumed the rank of lieutenant colonel to ensure continuity of leadership. I did what had to be done. I take full responsibility. If you'd like to replace me, I would be able to offer recommendations. We'll talk about that later. What happened after Boston? I led the men to Fort Drum to recover our families and resupply. We had to fight our own men when we got there. They'd become infected. He paused, remembering the slaughter. The memory left him feeling hollow. He suddenly no longer cared about the general's approval. Reynolds said, "And?" Our families had been evacuated to Philadelphia, which was under control of the 56th Stryker Brigade. The infected overran the city. We rescued our families and absorbed some remnants of the Pennsylvania Guard. We continued to move south, hoping to reach High Point and get orders, as we had limited communications. The ultimate goal is to reach Florida, which we understand to be a major stronghold. It was either that or Cheyenne Mountain in Colorado, a place where our families can be safe and we can be useful. And that brings us here, sir. What kind of assets do you still have? About 500 combat effectives mounted in Humvees, 5 tons, MRAPs, and CUCVs. 2 Bradleys we picked up at Fort Drum, but on their last legs unless we get maintenance. 6 Strykers we picked up in Philly. We got about 2,000 civilians, including some 200 police officers. Our biggest challenge is supply. We're inventorying supplies at this base. Our intention is to take what we need so that we can continue operations. Taking them without authorization would be another violation of regulations, just as looting supplies along their march had been. Keeping the battalion alive had required him to break dozens of regulations and civil laws. All right, Colonel. I'm hereby conferring upon you a brevet promotion to 05, and I'll have my J1 make it an official recording, understood? Affirmative, sir. Lee's promotion to lieutenant colonel had just been recognized by the Army. He felt a knot, a massive, unsolvable knot inside him, unravel and disappear. Thank you, sir. I'm letting the results speak for themselves. Now, to the matter of supply. You are authorized to take whatever you need from the base to remain combat effective. Yes, sir. You're precisely where we need you to be, and we need you in the game. Colonel Stewart will transmit new operational orders for your battalion. These orders come straight from Ian Cartwright, the Secretary of Defense in Florida. You're going to be useful exactly where you are. Very good, sir. Your mission is enter Area B and terminate POTUS. 11. Corporal Rawlings had heard of Area B, but to her it was the stuff of urban legend. A giant door built into a mountain, a tunnel carved into the rock, an elevator system that had brought the country's leaders deep underground. She inspected the guillotine gate made of heavy steel bars, like a castle's portcullis, or a prison. Beyond, a 10-foot-tall blast door. Corporal Nutter gave a crotch salute to the security cameras mounted over the entrance. "What's up, homies?" "That," said Muldoon, "is one big fucking door." "Why are we guarding it?" Nutter said. "There's no way anything could get in there." "They built it to survive an atom bomb," the big sergeant told him. Rawlings shivered despite the heat. Nothing could get in through that door, but it seemed nothing could escape either. It frightened her, the idea all those people down there had effectively buried themselves alive. Muldoon thought about it. Maybe a thermal lance. Hell yeah, Nutter said. But you're talking a lot of time and thermite. Depends how thick it is, Corporal. The door's built to withstand a nuke. It's pretty thick. Rawlings shook her head. They were just getting started, she knew. Boys and their toys. They loved talking about how to break things, blow them up. They could talk for hours about how to burn a hole through this door. A part of her wanted to see them do it, punch a hole right through it. She hated being underground. Claustrophobia, it was called. The fear of being trapped in an enclosed space. The fear of being buried alive. If she were down there, just knowing there was a hole, knowing she could get out if she needed to, would let her breathe easier. Still, the government had built it for a reason. The door kept the people down there safe, and that was worth a lot right now. Safety was the new national currency. The people down there certainly breathed easier than Rawlings did up here among the monsters. She almost envied them. I'd hate to see it cut, she said. Muldoon and Nutter regarded her as if she'd lost her mind. Why? She touched the gate's steel bars. It's keeping the wolves out. That and, well, look at it. It's beautiful. Nutter's eyebrows lifted over his sunglasses. You're starting to get seriously belt-fed, nasty girl. Rawlings glared at the two of them. It's about time I joined the club. Muldoon smirked. Rawlings, I hope you never lose your mind that far. The gate began to rise with a loud clicking sound. Nutter stepped back. Jesus, Rawlings, what did you do? She pulled her hand away in amazement. All I did was touch it. We're going to be in so much shit, Nutter said. Muldoon frowned. We'd better get back to the line. Clack, clack, clack. The blaster door began to swing open with a groan. Muldoon stepped back, rifle shouldered. Somebody wanted out, and he'd learned not to take any chances. Back up, he said. Go. Rawlings and Nutter hustled back to where Bravo and the 56th Stryker Brigade had bivouacked. The soldiers sat on the ground, eating MREs, trading candy, cleaning weapons, shooting the shit. Some of them heard the noise and crowded around their vehicles. First Sergeant Urena glared at Muldoon. What did you idiots do now? We barely touched it, Nutter said. The door continued to grind open, taking its time. Rawlings couldn't see anything inside the slowly revealed tunnel. Just blackness. The soldiers stepped aside as Colonel Lee strode into the area with an entourage of the battalion's senior officers and Ellis's scouts, who took up positions with their rifles aimed at the blast door. Lee said, First Sergeant Urena, get your people manned up. Urena tilted his head, then nodded. You heard the Colonel. Get up on your 50s. You mind telling me why we're pointing guns at our own people, sir? Because there's been an outbreak down there. Rawlings felt the shock of these words from her head to her feet. Then she saw the grizzled first sergeant do something she never thought she'd see. He blanched with fear. Who's coming out of there, then? Urena asked. Lee trained binoculars on the tunnel entrance. I have no idea. The soldiers dropped what they were doing and hustled into position as the sergeants bawled commands. Within moments, the entrance was hemmed in by a crowd of 10th Mountain and Guard bristling with rifles and machine guns. Lee said, We told them we're here. If they're infected, they'll take it as an invitation to play. He lowered the binoculars and noticed Rawlings gawking at him. You're a long way from Boston now, Corporal. She blinked, startled. Yes, sir. Now get in position. Yes, sir. Rawlings hunkered down between Muldoon and Ramirez, who lay prone by their Humvee, rifles cocked and locked. Garza set up his saw machine gun. This is a fuck-up of epic proportions, Muldoon said with disgust. What do you mean, Sergeant? Ramirez asked him. Tell me how the bug got through that door. Somebody did something really colossally stupid. The door had opened to reveal the black maw of the tunnel carved into the mountain. The Bushmasters tensed over their weapons. So quiet, Rawlings heard the buzz of insects. A distant bird called its mate. then nothing but the blood crashing in her ears as her heart raced in her chest. Nothing happened. "Now what?" Nutter murmured. A solitary figure emerged from the darkness, a hulking man in a black business suit and tie that stretched across his barrel chest. Pale, he wore sunglasses to protect his eyes against the daylight he probably hadn't seen in months. Secret Service agent, Rawlings thought. He held an MP5 submachine gun leveled at his hip. "Weapon!" somebody shouted. The giant grinned. "I come in peace." Then he raised his thick arms and fired his submachine gun, laughing. The soldiers instantly opened up on him. The agent jerked as his body flew apart under the withering volume of bullets. The intense fire kept it on its feet, making it appear to dance. "Cease fire!" Urena roared. The other sergeants echoed the command. The body collapsed in a smoking heap of burned meat and rags. "Anybody hit?" Nobody answered. Ears still ringing, the soldiers gaped at the black entrance as the horror of the situation sank in. The Alamo had an outbreak. The government itself might have fallen. "What the hell was that?" Nutter whispered. "Maintain security," Lee told Sergeant Urena. "We're going to build a wall around the tunnel. Nobody goes in or out without my say-so." "Roger, sir," Urena said quietly, still gazing at the entrance. Lee turned toward Rawlings' squad. His eyes glanced over her and settled on Muldoon, who stared back at him. Lee nodded and walked away. "Ah, shit," Muldoon said. 12. Sergeant Muldoon entered Area A's training facility and took a seat next to Sergeant Doug Hackett in the lecture hall. Hackett served in Alpha Company. "Hey, Duke," Hackett grinned. "They're letting Bushmasters in here? I thought this was going to be an elite operation." Muldoon snorted. Even during the apocalypse, the big dick contest went on. "They only call us in when the world needs saving, Doug. You'll be coming along as a training exercise. We'll be happy to show you how it's done." "On the level. Any idea what this is about?" "I actually do. They're going to send us into some real shit this time, brother." "Specifically?" Muldoon shrugged. "Just a hunch. We'll find out soon enough." Hackett pointed at the projector screen. "Check it out. No matter how bad things get, there will always be a dry-as-hell PowerPoint presentation." Captain Hayes entered the hall with his company first shirt, followed by Lieutenant Ellis, his platoon sergeant Mike Simpson, and another sergeant in his platoon, Frank Bailey. The men took their seats and exchanged greetings. Lieutenant Colonel Lee, Major Walker, Sergeant Major Turner, and 2 civilians came in last. The men stood to attention. Lee took the podium. "At ease, gentlemen. Listen up. We've got a priority mission. This comes straight from the Secretary of Defense on advice from the Joint Chiefs. The company commanders have already been briefed, including Captain Hayes here. Now it's your turn." The men quieted as Lee's words sank in. Muldoon crossed his arms and frowned. The higher up an operation came from, the more dangerous it usually was. Lee said, "When the epidemic started to overwhelm civilian authorities, the federal government entered COG-CON 0, which activated Con Plan 3502 and 3600. The government authorized the military to enforce law and order and assume control of all civilian communications and resources. The President, Cabinet, and Congress evacuated Washington and continued running the government from a network of sites, including High Point's Area B. You with me so far?" The men nodded. The colonel cleared his throat. "We have learned there's been an outbreak in Area B. No word on how it happened, but that's how it is. President Marion Gray caught the bug." Muldoon closed his eyes and sighed. "So who's in charge, sir?" "The situation is still developing. We're taking orders from the Secretary of Defense, which brings us to the mission, which is to terminate POTUS." The soldiers responded with a growl. The President used her control of civilian broadcasting to send out a call for all infected to march against Florida. She also sent out a call for any locals to come here so she could personally lead them south. We don't know how many people heard the broadcasts, and if they did, how many will do what she says. We do know we ran into a train full of crazies. We believe they were on their way here. From bad to worser, Muldoon thought. This sucks, Lee said. This is the mother of this sucks. These suck itself. But POTUS is now extremely dangerous and must be terminated. I'll spell it out. Right now, a homicidal lunatic is in possession of our nation's nuclear launch codes. The United States has 7,000 nuclear bombs. If any one of our launch bases ends up in enemy hands, hell will be unleashed. It'll be the end. The soldiers nodded. Muldoon glanced at the sergeant next to him. Hackett, who'd seen the worst of war and never let it get to him, was turning green. There's a more hopeful aspect to the mission. The government's plans included rounding up 6,500 American citizens considered essential to maintaining civilization. They're down in Area B right now. When this is all over, they will help us rebuild. Frankly, they're more important than you. They're more important than me. They're more important than anybody. This is a war in which victory means more than just defeating the enemy. These people can restart the country. They're okay then? Sergeant Bailey said. What if they're infected? We don't know. If they're infected, they're dead. The normal rules of engagement still apply, Sergeant Major Turner chimed in. You see a clown, you put a bullet between his goddamn eyes. Just make damn sure it's a clown and not some Nobel Prize winner. So that's what we're doing. We're going down there, Hackett said. Kill the president, secure the facility, and get those people out. Actually, no, Lee told him. We're going to do this in 2 stages. Your mission is to conduct a recon in force. We don't know much about what's under our feet. Your job is to map it out. Major Walker put together a task force. A squad from Alpha, 1 from Bravo, and 1 from the Trailblazers. Captain Hayes is in command, but it's really Lieutenant Ellis's show. Alpha and Bravo will provide security for Ellis's people to do their job. But if you do see Madame President, terminate and secure the football, Turner said. The football, the briefcase containing the nuclear launch codes. An officer in POTUS's entourage carried it. Lee turned at the podium. Major Walker? Walker stood. These civilians are Paul Reddy and Alex Sullivan. They work for FEMA. They stayed here when everybody else left, which is worth some respect. They're going to tell us what they know about Area B. Reddy approached the podium, fidgeting with his tie. Alex, can you dim the... thanks. And turn on... Yeah, that one. Thank you. The FEMA man brought up a slide showing High Point's layout. He explained Area A consisted of a dozen buildings, about 200,000 square feet of facilities, including FEMA's National Emergency Coordinating Center. Next slide, revealing the tunnel that led to Area B. The Army Corps of Engineers started construction of Area B in 1958. It's expanded quite a bit since then. The intent was to protect national leaders during a major crisis. The blast door is 5 feet thick and weighs about 35 tons. 5 feet, Muldoon smirked. Nutter was right. Penetrating that door would be no easy task. Next slide, showing a drawing of the layout. The exact layout of the facility is beyond most people's pay grade, so what I'm showing you here is largely conceptual based on what we know. Area B is nearly 700,000 square feet of space, spanning 6 levels underground. 1 or more elevators and stairwells connect these levels. The complex included dining, recreation, hospital, sleeping quarters, and a crematorium. It also housed a radio-TV studio, computer complex, power plant, sewage treatment plant, and reservoirs of drinking and cooling water. Side tunnels led to office buildings 3 stories tall. There were about 20 buildings in all. Muldoon arched his eyebrows. Somebody whistled. It was an amazing feat of engineering. Area B was literally a functioning underground city. He'd be part of a 25-man invasion force entering this unknown territory. The whole thing was insane. Lieutenant Colonel Lee had thought up a crude but effective way to get him killed. All to terminate POTUS. Death before dishonor, the motto went. This mission promised both. The next slide displayed photos of men and women. "This is the shadow government," Reddy said. "At all times, a counterpart to the President, Vice President, and Cabinet reside in Area B. They have the same information, get the same daily briefings. In the event the President and the Cabinet are wiped out, they are to assume control of the government." "How is that even legal?" Hackett blurted. Reddy shrugged. "It's continuity of government. You may meet these people while you're down there. They're addressed as Mr. President and so on, so don't get confused if you run into them." He looked at the military men. "And that's pretty much it." The projector switched off. Reddy had nothing more. Even he knew very little about what was down in Area B. "Gear up," Turner said. "As much ammo as you can carry. You're stepping off at 1300. We disabled the tunnel cameras so you'll enter undetected. Go in fast and quiet. Communications with battalion will be cut off for the duration, so use maximum independent initiative to accomplish the mission. Do it right, and get home safe." "Any questions?" Walker said. There weren't, at least for the moment. "Dismissed." The meeting broke up in silence. Muldoon approached Lee. "What did I tell you back in Boston about treating my people like Dixie cups?" Lee frowned at him. "Did it ever occur to you that you're going because you're the best I got?" The sergeant didn't know how to respond. Looking at Lee, he felt the same old animosity from Afghanistan. None of it mattered anymore, but old habits die hard. "I'm no superhero. I kicked the bucket just like anybody else. Sir." "All right, Sergeant. Tell me who to send in your place and I'll do it." Muldoon glared. He growled. The colonel waited. "God damn it," Muldoon said, and left. His squad would play the canary thrown into the coal mine, but he'd never allow his people to do it alone. 13. The recon force formed up single file behind their sergeants in the afternoon sun. The soldiers and civilians stopped laying sandbags and stood in respectful silence. Lee felt a mounting sense of pride. These were good men. He'd gone to hell and back with them. Captain Hayes gave the order to move out. The light fighters marched, Alpha first, followed by the Trailblazers. Cradling their weapons, they moved lightly in their mop suits, heads held high. They faced a dangerous mission, but few had gone where they were going, and they carried a spirit of adventure about it. Watching them depart, Lee's pride gave way to intense foreboding. They were good men, and he was probably sending them to their doom. The Bushmasters moved last. Lee nodded at Muldoon, who returned it. The sergeant carried an AA-12 automatic shotgun. It would serve him well in close-quarter combat. In the end, both men had been trapped in their respective roles in this act of the play. Muldoon would do anything for his men, and Lee would do anything to accomplish his mission. Once the recon force went down the elevators into Area B, a sergeant with Delta would drive a Humvee into the tunnel opening and leave it there. If that 35-ton door started closing, Lee hoped the vehicle would stop it, though he doubted it would. He wanted to put an MRAP in there, which weighed about as much as the door, but the bulky vehicles were too wide to fit in the tunnel entrance. If the Humvee didn't stop the door, his men would be trapped. Nothing could be done about it. Orders were orders. Each man had his duty. This was part of command, sending young men into danger, worrying about them after they marched off to the lion's den. He said, "Tell me about Captain Hayes, Major." "Sir?" Walker asked him. The Major's innocent expression made Lee want to punch him in the face. "He wasn't on the list I approved. Lieutenant Ellis was supposed to lead the operation." Walker said, I figured the operation could use more experience. You know how gung-ho he is. He requested to go. He was chomping at the bit. On my authority, I approved the request. He'll do a lot of good." Lee didn't want to make Walker an enemy, but he needed the man to level with him. "Cut the bullshit, Major." "All right," Walker said sunnily. "Captain Hayes is a troublemaker. He makes less trouble when he has something to do, so I gave it to him. But there's more to it than that." The Major's insolent smile evaporated. "Do you read the Bible, Harry?" "I do. It tells you a lot about how people think. We're living in Old Testament times, right? There's a story you might like in Samuel. Get to the point. King David's army was laying siege to the Ammonites while he stayed in Jerusalem. He saw a woman, bedded her, and got her knocked up. He didn't want Uriah the Hittite, her husband and an honorable soldier in David's army, to find out, so he ordered his general to attack and then retreat, leaving Uriah to be killed by the Ammonites. Lee said nothing. The recon force entered the mountain. A Delta sergeant parked a Humvee in the tunnel entrance. The rest of the soldiers returned to the task of building the wall and sandbagging the blast door. The Major had sent Hayes down into Area B hoping he'd get killed. "You asked," Walker grated. "So I told you. Next time, don't ask. I said I'd take care of it, and I did." "You set him up to die." "No, I granted his request to get out of our hair. If he gets KIA during the operation, well, he knew the risks when he joined the army." "Jesus, what are you? We might be here a while. Did you want him sowing discontent in the ranks the whole time? The man's a cancer in the battalion. This is life and death, Harry. Everywhere we go, he wants to stay there. What if he wants to stay here instead of move on to Florida and refuses to leave? What are you going to do about it? I told you I would handle it. You didn't ask then. I don't see why you're asking now." The man had a cold point. It violated every idea of honor and decency Lee had. But this was the world they lived in now. They were on their own in a hostile country, and every decision carried enormous stakes. And yes, Lee hadn't wanted to know Walker's plans. He'd never make that mistake again. "Just remember who's running this battalion," Lee told him. "If you want to do something like this again, ask first." "Ah, you don't trust me anymore." Lee regarded his executive officer. "I'm not sure I ever did." A voice cried, "The door's closing!" The soldiers rushed forward, frantically piling sandbags in the entrance. Lee grabbed one, hustled it forward, and hurled it inside. The pile grew by the minute while the door slowly pivoted. Its 35 tons slowly swept the sandbags aside until it struck the Humvee with a loud thud. The bags burst one by one, spilling dirt that pancaked around the vehicle. The vehicle stiffened, held fast. This might work, Lee thought. It had to work. The Humvee trembled. It groaned under the pressure, still holding. Then it buckled and crumpled like tinfoil under the colossal force. 14. Down the rabbit hole. The large elevator clacked as it lowered Rawlings and the others into the earth. The platform had supports and a roof, but no walls. Bare smooth rock on all sides, Precambrian basalt, the smell of damp earth and minerals. The deeper they went, the higher her anxiety climbed. Above her, she knew, a metal cable connected the top of the elevator car to a motor that pulled or released across a sheave. The only problem was the underground city had an outbreak on its hands. Nobody was maintaining the pulley system. If it broke or jammed, she feared, this elevator would become their tomb. Hot and flushed, Rawlings wiped sweat from her face. She knew she was freaking out, but couldn't control it. She hated being underground. Hated every second of it. Clack, clack, clack. Christ, how far down were they going? Muldoon rested his big paw on her shoulder. It's gonna be okay, Rawlings. No, she said. It's not. She shrugged off his hand, which felt like a large clamp pinning her. It's not going to be okay at all. Nutter and Klein regarded her with surprise. Muldoon fixed them with his glare. They turned away and minded their business. The elevator passed an air vent that hissed warm air into the car. You want to tell me what's eating you? He murmured. There's hundreds of feet of rock and dirt over our fucking heads. She wanted to scream. She said, It's all good, Duke. I can't watch you and do my job at the same time. I just hate being underground. It makes me crazy. She swallowed hard and said in a firmer voice, It's all good. Really. Muldoon had begun doting on her between Fort Drum and Philly. She'd considered it brotherly concern for the only woman in the company, but in Philadelphia it became clear it was more than that. Poor Duke. His idea of courtship was shooting crazies, ham-fisted flirting, and trying to take care of her. A sledgehammer going after a fly. Before the apocalypse, she would have considered him a walking disaster as a prospect. During it, he actually shined. But while she felt a huge amount of affection for the big oaf, the last thing she needed was to hook up with her squad sergeant. Many old ways had gone by the wayside since the shit hit the fan, but this one was still a stinker, and for obvious reasons. Right now, he should chew her out, tell her to man up. Instead, he'd asked her what was bothering her. She liked it, but it wasn't what she needed. The car leveled off with the first level. The metal gate slid open. Respirator masks on, the soldiers crouched, weapons shouldered. Concrete walls, weak lighting, empty elevator lobby. Beyond that, a desolate corridor. A stenciled L1 adorned the wall next to a bloody handprint. They moved forward as a group and crouched again. Muldoon tried the radio and shook his head. He couldn't contact Ellis or Battalion. The squad waited for Alpha to show up on one of the other two elevators. Hayes and the Alpha boys arrived and entered the lobby. The captain assessed the situation with a glance. No comms with the surface, Sergeant? No, sir, Muldoon said. Too much rock in the way. 300 feet of it, in fact. They'd known their radio signals wouldn't reach the surface, though they tried anyway. Hayes signaled one of his men. Go on back and tell the lieutenant it's clear and he's to come down. Tell him to radio HQ and confirm we'll be out of contact. Rawlings stifled a groan. The only way they'd be able to keep in touch with the rest of the battalion would be to send runners up and down the elevators. Look at these lunatics, she thought, going about their op like they weren't practically buried alive under 1,000,000 tons of earth. She took a deep breath, but the respirator mask was stifling. Her lungs verged on seizing. 5 minutes passed. 10. The elevator above clacked, but it never seemed to get closer. Finally, the trailblazers came into view and spilled into the lobby. Lieutenant Ellis pulled Hayes aside for a private powwow. Something wasn't right. Rawlings nudged one of the scouts. His name tape read Tucker. Hey, what's going on? Did something happen up there? The soldier seemed surprised to see a woman talking to him. He glanced at her unit patch. Nothing, ma'am. Jesus, she thought. This, now? I'm not asking because I'm curious. They were in a combat zone. If he knew something, she should know it too. Tucker said, That big door closed. We're cut off. They're throwing everything they've got at it out there, but they can't budge it. Until then, we're stuck down here with the crazies. Shit, she said. Scared? Of course I'm scared. You're not? The private gave his rifle a pat. The clowns don't scare me, babe. Babe. She hated that word. She felt like a dog getting a pat on the head every time she heard it. Really? Where the fuck have you been these last 2 months? Muldoon gripped her arm. Get on point, Corporal. Okay, Sergeant. The sergeant added, She's one of ours, Private. Understand? A bewildered expression crossed the kid's face. "Yeah, Sergeant. Sure thing." Rawlings moved into the corridor, past the curious glances of Ramirez and Nutter, and took a knee. Christ, the door had closed. They were cut off, and these idiots were doing their macho routine like it was all perfectly normal. She raised her mask and fought for air. Sweat poured off her hot and feverish face. Muldoon crouched next to her and leaned close to her ear. "Rawlings, I know this op is rough for you." She winced. "This isn't the time. But I need you to get your head out of your ass, no matter how fine it is, and into the game. Got it?" "Yeah," she grated. "I got it." "I'm not sure you do. We're underground and cut off. We don't know what's in front of us, and it's the end of the fucking world. If some guy mouths off to feel tough, you play along. If it's hard on you, you make the pain your friend." "It's all good." "You said that last time. I need you to mean it. If I have to repeat myself, you'll know I mean it. I'll be repeating myself with my boot in your fine ass. People are depending on you with their lives here. Are we clear?" Rawlings put on her game face. "Crystal, Sergeant." "Good." She took another deep breath. Air flooded her lungs. As he stomped away, she whispered, "Thank you." Behind her, the platoon got back on its feet. They were moving out. Area B waited. 15. Weapons leveled, Muldoon's shooters flowed down the hallway past granite walls. Well trained, they moved as a single predatory organism. Lean, fit, and always hungry. He felt proud of his boys and his nasty girl. He loved and worried over them like a mother. These worries had become real. Area B felt like a death trap. None of this showed on his game face. Similarly, whatever reservations plagued his boys, they were holding up fine too. They had faith in their sergeant. As long as Muldoon appeared confident, they knew they'd be all right in the end. Rawlings led the squad on point, her head back in the game. Strange how claustrophobia had gotten her. After everything she'd seen and survived, the endless slaughter and dead friends, she'd stumbled over a simple phobia, the fear of being trapped underground. In her mind, the great weight of the earth might pop a single bolt, and it would all smash down and crush them like bugs. They passed a row of unmade cots placed against the wall. The people here must have been packed like rats before the outbreak. Muldoon had seen people flayed alive and sodomized with garden shears, but the little things like this always creeped him out. An unmade bed, a toothbrush with toothpaste still on it, the rotting remains of somebody's breakfast. Normal routines interrupted by nightmare, suggesting unfinished stories that clung like small ghosts. People had lived here, and now they were gone. They neared the end of the hallway, which executed a turn. Muldoon saw another orange L1 stenciled on the wall. Another red handprint. Rawlings froze and called a listening halt. The squad dropped, followed by the rest of the platoon. Muldoon crept forward. "What have you got?" She pointed. At the turn ahead, a pile of bodies lay tangled under a blinking fluorescent light. The dank air reeked of decomposing meat. Muldoon waved the squad forward. Hugging the wall, Rawlings moved toward the turn. He spared a glance at her fine ass and felt a strange but by now familiar longing. A mop suit hardly flattered the female form, but her athletic figure pulled it off. He ignored the itch and focused. Sandra Rawlings was a smart woman. Smarter than he was for thinking a romance between a sergeant and his squad member could ever be a good idea. He tapped her shoulder and traded places with her. Taking a quick breath, he turned the corner with his shotgun raised. Nobody there. Just another gloomy stretch of hallway leading to a tall stack of boxes. Some kind of barricade. Bodies lay sprawled on the floor in front of it. A battle had been fought here. Muldoon wondered who won. The squad stepped over the bodies. Leering faces pierced by rows of safety pins, a shaved skull studded with bloody screws, mutilated backs covered in jailhouse tattoos and sheathed with splinters. An outstretched hand, adorned with an expensive Rolex watch, still clutching a wood club bristling with nails and topped with a desiccated scalp. "Look what those fuckers did to these people," Shelby muttered. "They did it to themselves," Nutter said. "They're clowns, dude. Where have you been all this time?" "I'm such a good shot I only see them at a distance." "Zip it," Muldoon told them. These people, mostly naked except for rags, tattoos, and sharp objects piercing their flesh, had once pulled the levers of the federal government. Most were older men, some balding, others obese. Middle-aged and elderly bureaucrats turned into cannibals armed with clubs and makeshift spears. The squad kept moving. Behind them, the rest of the platoon followed, strung out along 20 meters of corridor. They drew closer to the barricade. Still no movement. Muldoon wanted to drop a flashbang behind it, but he knew better than to ring the dinner bell. A voice called out from the gloom. "Take one more step and I will shoot you dead." By the time the man stopped speaking, the squad had dropped to the floor, weapons trained on the barricade. "U.S. Army here," Muldoon called back. "Identify yourself." "House Sergeant-at-Arms Jim Nelson. Who am I talking to?" "Sergeant Andy Muldoon, 10th Mountain Division." The voice said, "I'm finding that hard to believe." "We're not infected." "Prove it, and we'll see." Rawlings said, "I'm going to stand up." "Stay put," Muldoon growled. He had to get this sorted fast. At any moment, Hayes would reach the front of the column and order them to push their way through. Rawlings stood. Muldoon cursed and did the same. She raised her respirator mask. "Slap me." "No fucking way." "I'll do it," Donegal said. "Shut up, Skeeter." Muldoon sighed. "I'm only doing this once," he called. "You watching?" "We're watching." He lashed out, but pulled back at the last second. She frowned. "Sorry, Sandra." He let her have it. Her head snapped back with a crack. She glared at him and rubbed her cheek. "Jesus, Andy." Sickened by what he'd done, his face flushed with shame. "I'm sorry." He turned toward the barricades. "Happy now, you asshole?" No answer. He said, "We're done screwing around." Cheers flooded the hall. Muldoon raised his shotgun as the boxes came down. "Get ready," he barked. "It's okay," the voice shouted. "I'm coming out, don't shoot." A man emerged from the gloom with his M16 lowered. He smiled under a police riot helmet with the plastic visor raised. His combat harness bulged with ammunition and flashbang grenades. His belt held 3 handguns, a police baton, and a canister of pepper spray. Pieces of metal and plastic gear had been sewn into his uniform to provide armor for his shoulders, arms, and legs. He marched up to Muldoon like some kind of apocalyptic warrior and offered his hand. "Boy, are we glad to see you guys." 16. Nelson led the soldiers into his makeshift fort, which comprised several rows of boxes leading to a series of utility and storage rooms. Clad in grimy overalls, 15 men and women grinned at them. "Who are these people?" Ellis asked him. "Technicians," Nelson said. "They do maintenance." He opened a door. A wave of heat and mechanical noise poured out. "This," he shouted, "is the power plant. It drives the whole show." Hayes and Ellis peered inside at the vast room filled with roaring generators housed in metal enclosures. 2 men in overalls and hard hats inspected the machines, writing measurements down on clipboards. They looked up curiously. Nelson closed the door. "That's the tour. You got any food you can spare?" "No," Ellis said. They didn't have enough to feed these people. Hayes looked around and frowned. "This is everybody?" "That's right." "Where's the rest of your shooters?" "It's just me," the man said. "I've been holding this place for 3 days." Ellis whistled. The sergeant-at-arms was the House of Representatives' chief law enforcement officer, responsible for security in the Capitol's House wing. He maintained decorum when the House was in session. When the president entered the chamber to give the State of the Union, Nelson was the guy who shouted, "Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States." Nelson told his story. While infection ripped through Area B, he'd battled rabid congressional interns armed with nothing but the ceremonial mace. He'd fought the infected across 5 levels of the facility, ending up here. In Ellis's book, the guy was one tough mother. He decided he'd slip the man a few MREs, help him keep his strength up and protect this place. "Where's the Congress now?" Hayes asked. "Did they make it out?" "You stepped over the bodies of some of them," Nelson said. The tribal cannibals sprawled on the floor were U.S. congressmen. The guy with the screws in his skull, he said, was the Republican Speaker of the House. The sergeant-at-arms asked, "What's your plan?" "Our mission is to map the facility for the main force," Ellis told him. "Hell," said Nelson. "I can do that for you." Level 1 was the power plant and mechanical systems. Level 2, the water reservoir and hospital. Levels 3 and 4, sleeping quarters, food storage, and retail and dining facilities. Level 5, computer complex, radio, TV studio, sewage treatment plant. Level 6, Congress and the executive branch and their offices. "That makes no sense," Hayes said. "Why put all that water above the other levels? What if there's a break in a main?" "Gravity brings the water down," Nelson told him. "Less work. The levels aren't perfectly stacked right on top of each other. Leaks funnel into a tank below." He promised to draw a map for them. "Mission accomplished, Captain," Ellis said. "We can evacuate these people to the blast door tunnel and wait for evac." "We're staying here," the sergeant-at-arms said. Ellis stared at him. "Why would you want to do that?" "The power plant feeds everything in the facility. Light, computers, ventilation. If anything goes wrong, everybody here will die. There are a lot of people below us who aren't infected." Hayes. "How is the tunnel blast door controlled?" "The door closed?" "Damn. That settles it. The president did that. Hell, she probably opened it for you, too. She wanted you down here. Now she's got you." Ellis and Hayes exchanged a glance. The door closing's timing did seem suspicious. "Where's the control room?" Hayes asked. "No idea about that one. It was kind of a guarded secret down here. Can your guys up there cut through the door?" Hayes didn't answer. Ellis didn't know either. He wrestled with the more immediate problem of where they should wait. The safest place was the tunnel, where they could maintain communications with Battalion. But if the power plant broke down or got overrun, everybody here could die. He said, "Captain, I suggest we hold here and wait for relief." "Tell the men to get ready to move out," Hayes said. "Move out, sir? Where?" Hayes glanced at Nelson, who took the hint. The man walked away to fill his people in on what he'd learned, glancing back over his shoulder with worry. "Lieutenant, POTUS controls the entire facility," the captain said. "If she wants to turn off life support from the control center, she can do it. We're going to take her out. We're going to take this facility back." Ellis had reached a point where he no longer feared death, but he didn't want to die on a fool's errand. And having no fear, Captain Hayes could do nothing to stop him. "Sir, with all due respect, that's a big mistake. Lieutenant, this is our first stop together, so I'll give you the benefit of the doubt and explain myself. Right now, we have the initiative. We've faced down infected mobs many times our number before. We have the manpower and training to accomplish the mission. So that's what we're going to do." "Taking the facility is not our mission," Ellis said. "And it's a huge risk." "For a huge reward. Fuck, Lieutenant. We've been taking big risks every day since Boston. Before Boston, back when we were in goat country." Hayes was short and wiry, brimming with restless energy. The air around him sometimes seemed to vibrate with it. Ellis had heard some of the junior officers say it all stemmed from his physical stature. He had a Napoleon complex, they said. He constantly felt like he had to prove himself. If he weren't an army officer, he'd be prowling bars, starting fights with mean-looking dudes twice his size. Ellis believed they were wrong. The captain struck him as simply being a fierce sumbitch through and through. He suspected Hayes might be like Sergeant Muldoon, a warrior born in the wrong century. That might not be a problem. But Hayes was also a true believer. The man honestly believed God was looking out for him. It made him fierce, but occasionally rash. "Life is risk these days," Hayes went on. "You can't take a piss without some loony trying to cut your dick off. Name one single goddamn day we haven't risked everything with every mile we took by force. Yesterday, today, tomorrow, the same thing. This time we can actually do something good. More than just survive. Today we can win." Ellis had to admit it had a certain appeal. Every day offered combat, and more combat. Rolling the dice on survival. Praying you weren't a little too slow, looking the wrong way, ending up in the wrong place at the wrong time. It was all the same. But today, as Hayes said, they might accomplish something. Something that felt like victory in a war where winning felt like losing. "Yes, sir," he said. "Are you with me? Are you on my team?" "I'm with you all the way, Captain." "Outstanding. Can I hear a hallelujah, son?" "Hallelujah, sir," Ellis deadpanned. Captain Hayes squinted up at the tall lieutenant. "Get the men ready to move out. No retreat, Lieutenant. We're done retreating today." Ellis walked away with the suspicion the commander was a madman, but it didn't matter. Over the long miles of the retreat, he'd come to the conclusion they would all die sooner or later. Maybe today was his time, and maybe it would be for a cause, not simply to supply more apocalyptic roadkill. The lieutenant had given up trying to figure out the meaning of life long ago. Now he sought meaning in death. 17. Lieutenant Colonel Lee rubbed his temples as he studied the stack of paperwork on his desk. Endless requests for finite resources, which had to be juggled among the units. Civilian pleas and complaints. Casualty reports, both physical and psychiatric. Major Walker was a crack bureaucrat, but Lee had insisted on final approval of every detail. The last thing he needed was that particular Radar O'Reilly getting his signature on something he didn't want to see happen. The words and numbers vibrated on the page, crawling like ants. So tired. But his headache had gone. The headache that began in Boston and had turned into a constant, massive, sometimes blinding migraine. When General Reynolds made his promotion official, something inside Lee had snapped. Strange how after everything he'd gone through, combat and the continuous pressure of command, it was guilt over assuming another man's rank, however necessary he'd regarded it at the time, that had plagued him most. The old ways remained more potent than he thought. Perhaps they weren't just fighting to survive. They were also fighting for the values they knew and treasured. Blessed relief. Still, he needed sleep. When he rested his eyes, he flashed back to the highway in Boston. The rattling pickup pulling alongside the Humvee. Laughing maniacs capering along the truck bed. They hurled hooks like pirates to grapple the Humvee. He drained his magazine into the mutilated bodies, which smashed against the asphalt. Memories plagued him, too. Lee got up from his desk and went into the main work area. He ignored the babble of his staff and studied the big board. The electronic map showed a series of little blue icons occupying the fort built around High Point. No red icons marked enemy positions. They had a good setup here. Safe for the moment. 3 yellow icons indicated live fire incidents at the east wall. He frowned at that. Lieutenant Torres cleared his throat. "He's here, Colonel." "Send him in." Lee returned to his office and took a seat. Paul Reddy entered and sketched a rough salute. Not sure if I'm supposed to do that. You're not, Lee told him. Grab that chair. Thanks for coming. Glad to help. What do you need? I'm trying to get an idea of what's going on in the country. Fact or rumor? Let's start with the facts. Most civilian governments in the country, the FEMA man said, had all but collapsed. Many new governments had formed and recognized the federal government only in name. The country was now a patchwork of threadbare governments, warlords, and dark zones. At the federal level, only essential operations remained. Before she caught the bug, President Gray had enacted the appropriate continuity plans, authorizing the federal government to conscript labor and seize any assets it deemed necessary to national survival. That must have happened after we left Boston, Lee said. Even then it was too late. Not everybody would have gone along with it, is my guess, Reddy said. She couldn't fight the crazies and her own people. Lee shrugged. He was a soldier. Reddy, a bureaucrat. Neither of them had the situational awareness the president did during the crisis. They could Monday morning quarterback the government response all they wanted, but in the end, Lee wasn't sure he could have done any better. If anybody could. The world had never seen such a plague of genocide. Lee got back to business. Who's still operating? Reddy rattled off the names of government fortresses. Some Lee had heard of, some he hadn't. Site R, the underground Pentagon. NORAD at Cheyenne Mountain, Colorado Springs. Mount Pony in Virginia. The Greenbrier in West Virginia. Other underground command posts in Pennsylvania, Colorado, Virginia, and West Virginia. And of course Florida, which declared martial law early, sealed its borders, and stopped the plague in its tracks, despite catastrophic losses. The Air Force had concentrated its assets in Colorado and Florida. The Marines fought over the ruins of Washington. The Navy held most of Hawaii. The remnants of the Army had concentrated on the Rockies, California, and Florida. Otherwise, some 30 military units of at least battalion strength operated in no man's land. Most were retreating to government safe zones. Several had gone off the reservation and now worked for themselves. Lee found this information hopeful, but also soul-crushing. The government had been whittled down to the military, but the military still had many assets to carry on the fight. They might lose most of the country, but not all of it. And that was what was soul-crushing. The enormous loss. The country's been depopulated, Reddy said. Crazies, disruption, rioting, fires, rebellion, famine. High Point estimates at least half the country is dead. About a third of the country is hanging on. About 1 in 6 is now infected. Lee grimaced. So many dead. Tens of millions, in fact. But he found a note of hope. The normal population still outnumbered the infected. It was the disease's one saving grace. The clowns killed far more than they infected. Now they had to be stopped before they killed everybody else. They'd picked their hunting grounds clean. They were organizing, building armies that trampled the country in search of fresh meat. Reddy eyed him nervously. Is this helpful, Colonel? I'm surprised at how much information you have. What did you say you did for FEMA? Assistant Administrator, Grant Programs. That must carry one hell of a security clearance. Not normally, Reddy said. But I'm the highest-ranking FEMA official above ground right now. Now tell me the rumors. Like America, the world had lurched to the edge of abyss. China had become a bloodbath, its government broken into factions controlled by different dictators. Russia was barely hanging on. This was worrying, as these countries had nukes. Vladimir Putin, it was rumored, had killed every man who knew how to launch the country's nuclear weapons, lined them up against a wall and shot them. The Russians were that close to losing, and they couldn't take the chance the infected would blow up the world. India and Pakistan hadn't been so lucky. The infected detonated a nuclear weapon in one of these countries, triggering an exchange that wiped most of Pakistan off the map and left India's millions dying of disease and radiation, The fallout might hit Hawaii, depending on the wind patterns. Most of South America and Africa has gone dark, Reddy said. Europe looks a lot like us right now. How much do you want to know? This could take a while. The world was a big place. Lee had heard enough for the moment. My main concern is the United States, he said. Specifically the eastern United States. The path to Florida. Florida itself. I want you to put everything you can in writing. Can you do that for me? Give me a report? The FEMA man grinned. Reports are what I do, Colonel. When do you need it? Yesterday, Lee said dryly. I understand. The door opened. Lieutenant Torres entered, his face pallid. Lee stiffened. The lieutenant's expression often served as a barometer for bad news. Colonel, Major Walker requests that you join him on the east wall. Lee left the office without saying goodbye and hustled to the wall. Captain Somers waved to him from one of the guard towers. He heard the drums before he reached the top, a steady pounding that boomed off the hillsides. A summons to war. Major Walker lowered his binoculars and handed them to Lee. We've got company, sir. The hills swarmed with clowns. 18. Muldoon herded his cats back toward the elevators. They'd gotten their orders and moved at a hustle. They were going deeper. Down, down, down to level 6. Doug Hackett wandered close and asked him what the hell was going on. Hell if I know, Muldoon muttered back. Taking the elevators. Is he trying to get us killed? There are stairs halfway along the level. Taking the elevators got them there faster and allowed them to sweep the level end to end. That was Hayes' thinking, but it was risky. If the platoon used the stairs, they could control the tempo of their advance and any engagements. The captain knows we're under surveillance. He wants to get there fast. Hackett. Why are we doing this at all? Their 25-man platoon was cut off, carrying the provisions and ammunition they had on them with no hope of support of any kind. Lee had tasked them to recon the facility. Mission accomplished. They had a map, now courtesy of House Sergeant-at-Arms Nelson. The op had somehow turned into a full-scale invasion. Go to level 6, terminate POTUS, find the control room and open the blast door. Use the security cameras mounted high on the walls to locate survivors and hunt down the clowns at their leisure. That was the new plan. It's the suck, Muldoon said. There was nothing else to say. If I'd known the op board was going to change into a suicide mission, I would have bitched more, Hackett said, trying to make light of it. I'm stuck down here with you, so at least your wife's honor is safe, Muldoon said. Hackett and Sherry had reunited in Philadelphia, and they'd been almost inseparable ever since. The sergeant snorted. You know, Duke, next time I see you, I'm going to have to salute. Why is that? Because you're a major. A major asshole. Being morale officer isn't as easy as it looks. The squad stacked up in front of the elevators. Muldoon pulled Hackett close. Whatever Hayes is getting us into, take care of yourself and your boys. You can count on that, Duke. You too. Stay frosty. Muldoon turned away, glowering at the situation. He snapped at his squad to dress it up. They were in goddamn combat zone. Fucking Hayes. Nelson had begged him to stay, but the captain had the blood scent now. Muldoon had once sized up Captain Hayes as a gung-ho mofo, the kind of officer who rode his boys straight to the nearest promotion, a ladder climber. The sergeant had been wrong. Command wasn't exactly handing out medals at the moment. Promotions didn't get you into a higher pay grade. Right now, a day's pay consisted of hot MREs and somebody to watch your back for the night. Hayes had decided to press forward because he liked to fight. That was it. Hell, Muldoon admired him for it. He enjoyed a good scrap as much as the captain did. He didn't like killing, hated it, in fact. But fighting? Damn, Nothing in this world compared. Combat felt like sex to him, a primitive animal high. That being said, he wanted to go on living. Hayes believed God watched out for him. Muldoon had no such belief. He regarded the Supreme Being not as a beneficent guardian angel, but more like a blind, capricious dice roll. He didn't think keeping to the commandments reduced the odds of dying in combat. As for what lay beyond death, Muldoon felt even less certain. He wanted to believe in heaven and all the rest, but he'd seen too much shit to believe in anything that sounded too good to be true. There might be a God, but given the amount of misery he allowed on Earth, Muldoon didn't exactly trust any promises about an eternity of bliss awaiting him after the end. In fact, if there was a God, he seemed mightily pissed off at the moment. Over the years he'd given the army, Muldoon had learned the soldier's paradox. Soldiers discovered their mortality at an early age. A friend's sudden violent death defied narrative. Patriotism, democracy, and the rest, whatever story they'd told themselves when they'd signed up or went out on a mission, couldn't rationalize a good man suddenly turned into a slab of dead meat. He wanted to believe these friends went to a better place, but he couldn't. At the same time, Muldoon would go on putting his life on the line for these men, even the ones he didn't think were worth a damn. They rode each other's asses to the point of blood feud and judged each other mercilessly. But they faced death together, and it bonded them in something like brotherhood. That was the soldier's paradox. You became aware of death too young, watching other young men die, but you continued to put your life on the line for them. The paradox had brought Muldoon here, into hell. The elevator gates slid open, inviting them inside. The sergeant noticed one of the security cameras turning to focus on him. Somebody down in Area B was watching, quite possibly a self-mutilated freak laughing his ass off. Hayes had given orders not to destroy any surveillance equipment. The platoon would need it after they took the control room. Element of surprise my ass, Muldoon thought. "Why are we doing this?" Nutter said. "Sergeant?" "We're following orders, Corporal." Nutter stared at him and shook his head. The corporal was a dumb kid, but he knew how to read between the lines. Hell, he probably had a good read on his sergeant, too. Maybe he wasn't so dumb. Muldoon said, "I'll get you through this. Now get in the elevator." "All right, Sergeant." The squads loaded the elevator cars and started down. "Jesus," Rawlings whispered, her eyes shut tight. "Sorry if I hit you too hard," Muldoon told her. She refused to open her eyes. "That was nothing." "That's my Jane Wayne," Muldoon said heartily, though he still felt unsettled about it. "Masks on," he told the squad. "When we get to level 6, we're gonna move fast and hard and get this op done like dinner." "Hooah," they muttered. Every clack of the elevator's pulley system brought them farther from the sun. The elevator stopped. The gate slid open, revealing another elevator lobby with rough granite walls. "Hold it," Muldoon said. A bright orange L2 had been stenciled on the granite wall next to 2 bloody handprints. He punched the elevator button again. Nothing happened. "Everybody off," he said. The squad hustled off the elevator. Next to them, Captain Hayes, Lieutenant Ellis, and the Trailblazers exited the second car. The elevator gates slid shut. "Hey," Klein said. "What happened to the Alpha guys?" The third car, carrying Hackett and his shooters, had kept going. "Stupid," Muldoon growled. "Colossally fucking stupid." President Gray controlled the facility. Apparently she even controlled the elevators. She'd had them in a trap the moment they marched through the blast door. Right now, Hackett was likely going to his death. They all were. "Secure the hallway," Muldoon said. "Move." Moments later, deafening piped music howled through loudspeakers. 19. Taylor Swift's Shake It Off blared. The volume assaulted Ellis's ears through the mop suit's hood. The song's loaded nostalgia grated along his nerves. "Alpha's missing, Captain," he said. "What?" Hayes shouted. Ellis repeated himself, louder this time. "I know Alpha's missing, Lieutenant," Hayes snarled. He returned his gaze to the scout squad's RTO. "Well?" "I've got Sergeant Hackett, sir. The signal keeps dropping." Ellis was surprised the RTO had made contact at all. Their field radios were extremely unreliable underground. The captain grabbed the handset. "Mole 1-1, he said, using the call sign he'd come up with for the combined unit during the op. "This is Mole 6, sitrep, over." He unzipped a pouch in his mop suit and produced a crudely drawn map. "Nelson said there are stairs at the facility's midpoint, over." "Negative contact, 1-1. Say again, over." "Okay, proceed to the southern set of stairs. We'll do the same here. Over." "Negative contact. Say again, over." "Affirmative, 6. Out." "What's the plan, sir?" Ellis asked him. Hayes handed the handset back to the RTO. "Hackett reports negative contact with the enemy. We're moving out. When we reach the midpoint," the music stopped with an ear-splitting shriek. The soldiers flinched. The shriek went on for 30 seconds before the song resumed in time for its finale. Hayes said, "When we reach the midpoint, we'll decide from there how to rendezvous." "Request permission to take point, sir." "Do it," Hayes ordered. The lieutenant had never worked directly with Hayes before. They were getting to know each other's styles. Hayes responded to threats by attacking. As a recon officer, Ellis preferred to feel out the enemy and attack only when he had the upper hand and knew he'd win. Normally, the clowns threw everything they had once they found a target. They just couldn't help themselves. The captain had insisted on taking the elevators because he wanted to sweep the level end to end. Risky but decisive. He figured if the clowns wanted to play, they'd all come running. That fit how they did business. This was different. The clowns were adapting, using sophisticated tactics. President Gray played a cat-and-mouse game, and she had far more control of the facility than they'd thought. In a single move, the light fighters had gone from being cats to mice. They'd lost the initiative. If they didn't get to Hackett soon, his squad could be assaulted and wiped out. Ellis needed to be on point, away from Hayes. They were going to reach Hackett, but they'd do it his way, as much as he could make it so. He'd treat every part of the High Point system as a potential threat. The song switched to Katy Perry's Eye of the Tiger. The lieutenant tapped Sergeant Frank Bailey's shoulder. "We're moving out. Take point. Objective is the midpoint stairs, south side." "I used to like this song," Private Tucker said. Ellis said, "Ninjas." The respirator mask bobbed. "Yes, sir." Rifles shouldered, the squad crept around the level's main trunk. More granite walls. More unmade cots. Water dripped from the ceiling and pooled on the floor. Smoke drifted in the air from an unseen fire. The soldiers coughed on it. They stepped around an eyeless, severed head whose brains had been scooped out and replaced by an LED flashlight, turning it into a grisly jack-o'-lantern. The soldiers had seen it all before. The clown mind enjoyed producing these grotesque little tableaus. Probably it was just fun for them, their idea of a hobby. Ellis sometimes wondered, though, if they served some special purpose in Freak World. While most were crude, others required enormous care and effort, producing macabre art. Maybe these tableaus marked territory, simple terrorism, bragging, maybe even a way to honor their victims, a search for ritual, perhaps, the start of a new religion, a sacrifice to a god of violence. The Aztecs honored their fallen enemies by consuming some of their flesh, even if their victims didn't consider it an honor. Ellis began to believe the clown's primary objective wasn't to destroy the human race. They intended to replace it. The song broke into another ear-piercing scream that lasted a solid minute. The smoke began to thicken. The respirator masks sucked it into lungs that rejected it with loud coughing. The lieutenant keyed his handset. Mole 6, this is Mole 3-1, over. 3-6, send it, over. The captain's voice sounded grainy and distant, reflecting the poor quality of the radio transmission underground even over the short distance. 6, there's some type of obstruction blocking the corridor. A small vehicle like a golf cart and some tires, all burning. Over. Ellis surmised the clowns were trying to slow them down, keep them away from Hackett. Find a way around, 3-1. Over. There's a door on the left leading to the barber shop, over. Proceed, 3-1. 6, out. He activated the door. It slid open. At his signal, the scouts entered the barber shop, guns first. Bloody scissors on the floor. The chairs empty, except for a single grinning occupant draped in a cape. The top of his skull had been sawed off and now lay in his lap. Just a little off the top, please, Ellis thought, getting the macabre joke. Clear, sir, Bailey said. Mole 6, why? We moving. Over. Ellis found a second door that opened to a narrow, dimly lit passageway. He visualized Nelson's map, the path through the facility. The passageway led into the hospital, then back out to the main access trunk, which would take them to the stairs. Mole 6, Mole 3-1, I've located an alternate route. Out. Outstanding. 3-1, out. No, Ellis thought, it's not outstanding. It's dangerous. He didn't like it, but he had no choice. He led his men into the passage. 20. Heat and light. The Bushmasters passed the flaming barricade and entered the barber shop. Justin Bieber's Love Yourself cut off with a shriek. Then silence. Corporal Rawlings gasped with relief as a loud ringtone filled her ears. Thank you, Jesus. Guns N' Roses' Welcome to the Jungle howled from the speakers. The smoke scorched her lungs. She growled in her mask, ready to shoot something. The platoon halted. Rawlings heard Hayes shout at Ellis over the radio to keep moving. Her nerves jangled. Everything about this op felt wrong. Come on, she vented. God damn it. She shot a look at Muldoon's hulking form in his mop suit and hooded respirator mask. The big auto shotgun cradled in his arms, calm as a cucumber. She understood how the army worked. The sergeants were experienced veterans, centurions of the modern legion. They confronted adversity with pride. No matter how bad things got, they could be relied on to stay cool, which kept their squads from flying apart under combat stress. She wondered what it would take to rattle the man. Once, just once, she wanted to see him shit his pants. As much as she respected him, she sometimes doubted his humanity. Muldoon caught her look and flashed her a thumbs up. Negative 3-1, Hayes grated. Keep moving. 6 out. Hackett remained alive and was making progress. Still, they had to move quickly to recover their lost squad. If they didn't reach him soon, those Alpha boys were going to get themselves killed. The Bushmasters filed into the dim little passageway leading to the next underground building. The hospital. The last place she wanted to go. The clowns had a charming way of staging mutilated bodies the way cats brought headless rodents home to their owners. She pictured crazies with scalpels gleefully slicing into people lying helpless in beds, and then decorating the place with the mess. The hospital promised to be another Easter egg hunt of horrors. It didn't disappoint. Obscene graffiti, painted in dried blood, covered the emergency room's walls. Electronic devices dangled at their stations. Dead bodies lay strewn among heaped bed frames, mattresses, and furniture. The platoon barely had enough room to move single file through the wreckage. The music cut off. The squad flinched. They swept the area with their weapons. The ceiling speakers gonged. A woman's voice, sophisticated and British, intoned, "Attention, attention." A loud pop. "Attention all personnel." Rawlings gazed at the ceiling. Sweat poured down her face. Whatever this was, it wasn't good. "Self-destruct sequence has been initiated under the authority of the President. Area B will self-destruct in 10 minutes. Repeat, 10 minutes. Gong. Blessed silence. Silence and panic. "Duke," she said. "I don't know." God, maybe she'd see him shit his pants after all. The big sergeant looked thoroughly confused, which terrified her. "It's bullshit," Ramirez said. "Like an action movie." "They're messing with us," Nutter said. "Right, Duke?" "Yeah," Muldoon said. "Doing a good job of it, too." Hayes' voice snapped over the radio. "All mole units, this is 6. Ignore that message. Keep moving. Out." The speakers blared. "Attention, attention. Attention, all personnel." The platoon froze again. The woman cackled wetly with a shriek of feedback. "You're fucked." Welcome to the Jungle returned like a wall of noise. "Keep it moving," Muldoon barked. "I want us the hell out of—" The lights went out. The platoon was effectively deaf and blind to threats. The sergeant roared over the music, "NVGs!" Rawlings fumbled with the night vision goggles attached to her helmet, pulling them down over her visor. The NPAS Q-20 NVGs combined an image intensifier with thermal imaging. At extremely low light levels, she could see the world through the monocular sight in multiple bright shades of green. Body heat showed up as brilliant red, even in pitch-black spaces. The NVGs warmed up and allowed her to see a swarm of red blobs squirming in the surrounding wreckage. "Clowns!" She raised her carbine. "Ambush!" The lights snapped back on. The world flared with light. Somebody screamed. Rawlings shoved her NVGs back up and squinted at the laughing lunatics clawing their way from the wreckage. The soldiers fired as the clowns tore into the platoon from all sides. Dozens more poured into the big room from the rear of the hospital. A naked man with a pencil jammed through his nose and another through his scrotum lunged at her, then flew back as Muldoon's shotgun roared. She wheeled and fired again. Behind her, Private Donegal went down. A woman kneeled on his chest, grinding her crotch against his armor. One of her breasts had been hacked off and replaced with an ugly patch of cauterized flesh. Rawlings fired 2 rounds into a naked man who rushed her waving a length of pipe, then another and another, a constant stream of gibbering lunatics. The woman pulled up Donegal's mask and licked his stubble, gave his pudgy, screaming face a deep and loving kiss that ripped away his bottom lip. Rawlings turned and shot her, brought her carbine back in time to light up another clown wearing the leathered remains of somebody else's face, turned again and killed another, hacking Private Shelby apart with a meat cleaver. A hand gripped her ankle. Donegal leered up at her, his bottom lip gone, exposing red teeth. Blood and drool dribbled down his chin. You want a girl?" he said with a grin. His eyes went dead as his head snapped back. Captain Hayes raised his smoking M4 and blazed away at the laughing infected. "Keep moving, Corporal! Go! Go!" Garza fired his machine gun into the wreckage. The slugs ripped through flesh and bone. Mattress stuffing filled the air like snow. Rawlings forced her legs to move. She followed Muldoon, who banged away at the crazies. The infected crumpled under blasts of high-velocity buckshot. The sergeant's drum ran dry. He barreled into the infected with a roar, slamming through the press with his gun. The clowns howled with laughter and rained blows on him with their homemade weapons. Rawlings tapped his shoulder. He ducked. Eyes gleamed at her, filled with hilarity and desire. She fired into the writhing mass of pale bodies, draining her magazine. As she jammed a fresh mag into the weapon, Muldoon stood, shotgun booming. Then they were moving again through air thick with gun smoke. She fired as she ran, stumbling over bodies and wreckage. They passed a scout being torn apart by the mob, another sitting against the wall with his throat cut ear to ear. Nutter waved them through the door, eyes wide with panic. No sign of Ellis and his squad's survivors here. Just bodies, dead crazies sprawled across the floor amid scattered shell casings. Rawlings spotted 2 more scouts, one of them infected, helmetless, and dragging his shattered legs toward him. She recognized him as Private Tucker, who just a few hours ago had been acting macho about killing the infected. He looked up at her with his one good eye. "Ha ha, kill me." Muldoon slammed the butt of his shotgun against the man's skull. He went down. Smiling men and women filled the doorway behind them. Something flew through the air, landed with a wet thud, and rolled to their feet. Rawlings gasped and lurched away from it. Klein's head. Garza opened up with his machine gun. The faces disappeared in a red spray. Captain Hayes pulled the pin on a grenade. "Fire in the hole!" He hurled it through the door. The soldiers hunkered down. Moments later, the detonation boomed with a blinding flash. The concussion jolted through the floor. The boom smashed against their ears. Smoke poured from the emergency room. The soldiers aimed their weapons, but nobody came out. Rawlings's ears rang at a deafening volume. The music, barely audible over the ring, slowed until it became a ghostly drone. Then it stopped with a grunt. In the emergency room, the infected brayed with laughter. Hayes slapped Garza on the back. The private flinched. "The fuck, sir? You just saved our bacon, son. Keep your weapon trained on that door in case they try to come out again." The wiry captain turned to Muldoon. "Get your people ready to move, Sergeant. We're not out of this yet." "You heard the captain. We're on the move in 1. He bent to get Tucker's dog tags, handed the man's ammo to Nutter and Ramirez, who pocketed the mags. "What about Klein?" Rawlings asked. Muldoon wouldn't look at the head. "We'll come back for him." "Shelby, too. Brown." Nutter turned to Rawlings. "Skeeter?" She shook her head. "Welcome, 10th Mountain. Welcome to Area B." The soldiers looked up at the ceiling. They knew the female voice well. They'd heard it many times on TV over the past 3 years. "This is your commander-in-chief." Muldoon signaled the squad to move out. They hustled back into the main trunk, following the trail of bodies they hoped would lead them to Ellis. "Welcome, 10th Mountain. Welcome to Area B. You're going to join us, or you're going to die." 21. Lieutenant Colonel Lee scanned the hillsides with his binoculars. The tribes gathered in the warm sun. The horde milled about, constantly moving. Most went half or entirely naked, their bodies adorned with elaborate mutilations and crude tattoos. All carried a weapon of some kind: rifles, hammers, knives, spears. They pissed themselves while they moved. They squatted to shit. Their war drums pounded across the empty space. The mad horde chuckled as one and grinned up at the soldiers who thought their wall kept them safe. "Major Walker," he said, "how's our ordnance for the mortar platoon?" "Non-existent, sir. The Air Force guys didn't leave us much. FEMA has a lot of stuff here we can use, but little of it is weaponry or ordnance." Air cover could have solved Lee's problem, but they didn't have that either. He'd been hoping Florida would continue to provide air support, but those assets were committed elsewhere. The battalion was on its own. His binoculars settled on a jolly maniac who wore barbed wire wrapped around his arms, which had become a patchwork of scars and open sores. The man held up a banner, a simple wood cross onto which he draped some poor victim's flayed skin. He shook it, making the leather remains dance, and laughed. "Yes, a few A-10 Thunderbolts would do nicely right now. Maybe a couple of Apaches dropping Hellfire missiles and blanketing the hillside with 30mm rounds from their chain guns. Anything to kill those monsters dead. Erase them from the earth like the plague. The scum. The contamination they'd become." These people were once Americans. Doctors, dentists, cooks, cops, nurses, housewives, even soldiers. Every day it was harder to remember that. Harder all the time to even see them as human anymore. Captain Summers's teeth worried a toothpick. I'm guessing there are 3,000 of those pricks up there. He looked up. It'll be dark soon. Walker guessed where Summers was going with that remark. We're safer here, Captain. That hill's steep and rocky, slow going for the Hummers. Lee said, They want us to go to them. That's why they're not attacking. We've got night vision. Night doesn't worry me. The clowns were fighting smarter, getting organized. Another concern. A few thousand now, Summers told him. A lot more on the way, I'll bet. The longer we wait, the bigger the problem gets. They're looking right down on us. They bring up a machine gun, they'll hit us with plunging fire. A few platoons would whittle them down, like mowing the lawn. Lee thought about it. The enemy force that stretched out across the hillsides surrounding the base, his depleted force, the civilians in his care, his people cut off underground. He didn't feel like taking any risks today. We're going to sit tight, Lee said. Walker pointed. Sir. The jolly lunatic with the grisly banner was walking down the hill. What the hell? Lee wondered. They might be trying to negotiate. The major shrugged. They are nuts, sir. Lee raised his binoculars. Right. Summers, have your men hold their fire. The captain sputtered. Surely you're not thinking. I'm just curious, Captain. The more we learn, the better we fight. The clown kept on coming, pausing every 10 yards to leer up at his flesh banner with its leather face flattened into a soundless scream. He stopped short of the gate, grinned at Lee, and yelled a string of gibberish. The horde in the hills burst into laughter, a rolling wave of it. The clown bent over, grabbed his buttocks, and pulled them apart. Walker snorted. Lee and Summers frowned at him. The major shrugged. I can't help it, it's funny. Did you learn anything, sir? Summers deadpanned. Who you got in the next tower over? Is that Jaworski? It is, sir. I hear he's a real artist with the M110. Summers chewed his toothpick. He's all right. I'd like to see him work. Summers snapped to it, operating the radio. You're authorized to engage. He turned to Lee with a smirk. He said he'd shove a round up that guy's. The sniper rifle banged with a puff of smoke at the next watchtower. The clown pitched forward onto the grass. The infected crowds jumped and hooted with glee and pointed down at the dying man. The man lay before the gate with his spine shattered, pounding the grass with his fist, laughing so hard he was choking. This enemy didn't know the meaning of fear. Lee had learned that long ago. Major, confirm that we don't have the resources to retread the Bradleys. That's right. They've got maybe 100, 200 clicks left. Then bring them up here and place indirect fire on those assholes up on the hill. From the open ground behind him, the Bradleys would have a clear shot at them. At 1,000 meters, it would be a turkey shoot. Captain Summers, you will direct their fire. Sweep that hill. Yes, sir, Summers said, warming to the task instantly. Use 'em or lose 'em, Lee said. He deployed them as artillery and spun down some of their ordnance. Major, how are we doing getting that door open? They're still trying. Lee should have told General Reynolds to go to hell with his shit orders to kill POTUS. He'd sent 25 good men into the bowels of hell to die. He couldn't refuse a direct order, however. Like the rest of his men, he was still in Reynolds's army, and POTUS posed a serious threat. Through choice or circumstance, some commanders had decided to quit and fight only for themselves. Lee saw that as a great way to live another day, and then lose it all. Their only chance was to work together and fight, and that meant following legitimate orders, no matter how dangerous they sounded. Lee said, Keep at it, day and night. We'd do better if we had more engineers. The right equipment, Empire's going to have to make do and figure it out. They'd lost most of their engineers on the way to Philadelphia, along with their equipment. Lieutenant Donald's support platoon had been whittled down to 6 men. "Yes, sir." The Bradleys were already on the move. The bulky armored personnel carriers growled as they rolled into position on the lawn. The soldiers manning the wall in front of them cleared out. Summers radioed his final instructions. The turrets spun to align their cannons toward the distant hills. Summers said, "Get ready for some fireworks." He keyed his handset. "Eyes, response, you're authorized to unfuck that hill." The cannons pounded, sending 25mm shells bursting along the hillside. Tracers flashed downrange as the gunners walked their fire across the seething throng. Bodies flew apart under the withering fire. "Now that's funny," Summers shouted over the booms. The guns stopped firing. A drifting pall of smoke shrouded the hillside. Lee's ears rang in the ensuing silence. He raised his binoculars and scanned the bodies on the hill. Most lying still, some crawling along, many in pieces. Then he heard cheering beyond the smoke, roaring laughter from thousands of throats. No, he decided, they weren't human at all. He wanted to kill every one of them, but there were too many. Too many and not enough bullets. Summers stiffened as he listened to a fresh radio message. "Wait one." His wide eyes focused on Lee. "Sir, we have another problem." "Spit it out, Captain." "The West Wall. Lieutenant McKellicus is reporting another enemy force just showed up. He's estimating their strength at about 5,000. 22. The Bushmasters pounded down the stairs, deeper into the funhouse. "Mo 1-1, Mo 6, over," Hayes barked into the handset. "Hi, baby bunting." The blaring volume and saccharine lilt grated on nerves already scraped raw. Muldoon counted his people. Rawlings, Ramirez, Nutter, Garza. Out of habit, he searched for the rest. Klein, Brown, Donegal, Shelby. They weren't there. They were gone. They'd been slaughtered. Fresh meat for the clowns. Muldoon felt their absence like a missing limb. "Daddy's gone a-hunting," the loudspeakers announced. He pictured Klein debating 3 swearing squad mates at the same time, calmly refuting what he saw as American imperialism. Brown leering at one of his porno mags. Shelby beating the barracks record for disassembling and assembling an M4 blindfolded. Donegal playing PS3 in his smelly barracks room. Muldoon remembered a lot more than that. Firefights and forced marches. Plenty of hot metal streaming downrange, a whole lot of miles underfoot. They'd all been heroes at one time or another, often without knowing it. But he preferred to remember them as they were outside of combat. Just dumb kids searching for meaning, hoping to find themselves in the big green machine. Kids who'd believed their sergeant would get them through this nightmare. "To get a little rabbit skin to wrap his baby bunting in." "Mo 3-1, Mo 6, Hayes said, trying to reach Lieutenant Ellis now. The radio didn't cooperate. His signals weren't reaching anybody. At the edge of panic, the survivors hustled down the stairs. Muldoon couldn't tell if they were racing toward Hackett or running for their lives. Smoke drifted up the stairwell, obscuring their vision and making simple breathing a challenge. The clowns had split them up and seized the initiative. The light fighters had thought the crazies would attack the smaller, more vulnerable team and had instead ambushed the stronger one. They'd lost half their force and had been split from Ellis, who right now was probably dead as well. Muldoon had marched into this hellhole with 24 shooters, and in no time at all they'd been whittled down to a squad of 6, rushing into the next fight like puppets on strings. Klein, Brown, Donegal, Shelby. Muldoon couldn't help but think he was responsible. He'd promised them he'd get them out of this alive. He began to replay the ambush in his mind. clubbing the shrieking infected with his shotgun, Shelby looking with astonishment at the gushing stump where his hand used to be. He grunted and shoved the memory aside. No time. He could punish himself plenty later, if there was a later. For now he had to focus on his people who were still alive, help them fight and keep them safe. They needed to stop playing the clown's game. They needed to think, seize the initiative somehow, outsmart the bastards. "Captain," Hayes said, "Mole 3-1, Mole 6, how copy, over?" "Sir, we need to slow down and think this out." "Keep your people moving," Hayes told him. Muldoon turned away in disgust. The man was as bad as Lee. The captain had a bone in his teeth, and he wouldn't stop gnawing until he tasted marrow. "Bye, baby bunting," the loudspeakers repeated, a little faster now. "We need to—" He didn't know what. Something different than what they were doing, that was certain. Something other than rushing from one trap to another, acting on the illusion they had the initiative. "Daddy's got a hunting." "Alpha's on the move," Hayes said. "We need to link up. Then we'll find our missing scouts." "To get a little rabbit skin." "Sir," Muldoon said, instantly regretting it. Nutter glanced at him, eyes wide beyond his respirator mask visor. Muldoon shook his head. He didn't have any better ideas. He clamped his mouth shut. "Get with the program, Sergeant," Hayes snarled. "To wrap his baby bunting in." "Yes, sir. You heard the captain. Keep it moving." On point, Rawlings called out, "Fire!" They'd reached the bottom of the stairs. Ramirez covered the stairwell behind them. Muldoon tapped Rawlings' shoulder and turned right as she turned left. Another fire blocked the corridor. Smoke drifted along the ceiling. He couldn't see anything past the fire, and barely 20 meters in the opposite direction. He heard gunfire rattle down the main access trunk. It appeared Hackett wasn't far away, and he was in a firefight. "Clear left," Rawlings said. "We're going around," Hayes ordered. Muldoon growled. The same tactic got half his boys killed. Block the main corridor and shunt the enemy into one of the compartments where they could be ambushed at close quarters. He knew it. Hayes knew it. They had no choice. The captain had been rash enough to shove them into elevators, and now they had to pay the price for it. "I'm taking point," Muldoon said. He led the squad left while the loudspeakers repeated the nursery rhyme again, chanting in an endless loop. More freak psyops. A narrow passageway snaked to the right. According to Nelson, it would take them to Area B's chapel. The sergeant entered the room gun first. Pews and stained glass backlit by electric lamps. An altar with a body draped across it, heart torn out like an Aztec sacrifice. He swept it all in an instant with his shotgun before breaking right. Rawlings came in next, breaking left. The rest of the squad filed in. "Clear," they called out. "Keep moving," Hayes said. Already at the chapel's rear, Muldoon pried at a closed door. "It's locked, sir." "Can you get it open, Sergeant?" Muldoon's instincts bristled. "Everybody out. Back the way we came. Go!" Behind them, the steel door groaned. Activated remotely, it slid shut and locked with a loud snap. "Daddy's got a hunting! Daddy's got a hunting! Daddy's got a hunting!" Chapter 23. Only flashlights and lanterns illuminated the room. Lieutenant Ellis sensed it was vast and cavernous. Water dripped from the ceiling. Hands in the air, he stared at the gun pointed at his head. Nearby, his surviving scouts sat on the floor with their hands on their heads, guarded by giants in combat fatigues and body armor. Soldiers, like him. But not like him. Each of these men towered at around 6'5". Several wore dirty bandages over wounds. One had been burned. "Your 3rd Infantry Regiment," Ellis said. The Presidential Escort Platoon Honor Guard Company based at Fort Myer, part of the Old Guard. The platoon served at presidential funerals, inaugurations, and state dinners. Largely ceremonial, they nonetheless remained combat effective. Like the Secret Service, their duty was to protect the president. A president who was now homicidally insane. Their size tipped them off. To qualify for service in the old guard, a soldier had to be at least 6'5" in height. Big men. One of the soldiers gestured with his rifle. "Let's go." The Trailblazers had fled here during the ambush, chased by a howling mob of lunatics. These soldiers had opened fire from revetted machine gun emplacements as the scouts entered the room, killing the infected who now lay piled outside. Then they trained their weapons on Ellis's people and disarmed them. "We're on the same side," he said. "That's up to the major," the soldier told him. Ellis had no choice. Hayes would have to carry on without him. With any luck, the captain wouldn't get the rest of his people killed. He glanced at Sergeant Bailey, who sat looking miserable. They were alive, and in this world that was remarkable. Otherwise, though, things couldn't get any worse. He realized then that though he didn't care much about what happened to him, he cared quite a bit about the men under his command. Tucker, Dodge, Sheehan, and Grimm had all bought it in the ambush. Good men thrown away by the captain's mistake. Ellis remembered Tucker screaming as his legs got stomped to jelly just before he started laughing. The rest of the squad, the lucky ones who'd survived, hadn't given up on life yet. They still had much to live for. So much hope. "I'll be back," he told his men. "Rest up. We're safe here." Bailey wiped his eyes and nodded. The other survivors hugged their knees, their eyes vacant and staring at nothing. He followed the giant soldiers into the gloom. Their footsteps echoed across the still cavern. The air felt moist. He heard water drops splash in a pool. The floor glistened in the flashlight's glare. Ellis summoned Nelson's map in his mind and knew where they were. The water reservoir. 5 of them, actually, each 60 meters across, though he could only see one. The water blended into the darkness. Water for drinking, bathing, running the cooling system. Water was life. These soldiers were guarding it. "What's your name?" Ellis asked the soldier who had a bandage wrapped around his forearm. "Specialist Robert Cohen, sir." "Where are we going, Specialist?" "We're going to be quiet until we get there." "I'm concerned about my men." "The Major wants to talk to you, sir. Just be cool while all this plays out." A rectangle of light lay ahead. A room at the cavern's far side. Shadows inside, perhaps more soldiers. The flashlight beams swept the rough-hewn granite walls next to the doorway before switching off. Another giant in combat uniform blocked their path and scanned their faces before glaring down at Ellis. The soldier's name tape read, Paul. A splotch of band-aids held the left side of his face together. His eyes settled on Ellis's arm patch. 10th Mountain. What the fuck? "The cavalry's arrived," Cohen said. "Sort of." Ellis spared a quick glance to take in the room, which appeared to be a makeshift barracks. 3 soldiers slept fitfully in their uniforms on piles of blankets and discarded clothing. He could tell from the number of beds that they were hot bunking, sleeping in shifts among piles of books, gear, and supplies. Paul sighed. "Even when we need the cavalry, we end up being the cavalry." "Tell me about it. How is he?" "It's not the kind of thing you get better from, you know that," Cohen said. "We need to see him." They trailed Paul to the other side of the room. LED lanterns cast thousands of shadows along the rough walls, more gear stacked in rugged boxes. The old guard had quite an arsenal here. "I'll go get him." Paul disappeared into a side chamber. Ellis waited and tried not to think about Tucker's legs. He had to get back to Captain Hayes, find Sergeant Hackett, and get them all here before anybody else got killed. They'd accomplished their mission. They'd mapped the facility for the main force. It was now up to the battalion to cut through the door. Hayes had tried to take the facility himself and failed miserably. The inmates ran the asylum down here, and they controlled almost every inch of it. To find Hayes, Ellis needed help from these old guard boys, and that meant convincing this major to take a big risk on his behalf. These men had lived down here for months. For the past 3 days, they'd fought a futile battle to control the facility, and they'd lost. No surprise that they were cagey. He turned at the sound of squeaking wheels. Silhouetted in the doorway, Paul pushed a slumped form in a wheelchair into the light. The damaged face grinned up at him and rasped, "Welcome to Area B." Chapter 24. Waiting, while the guns boomed outside. Sitting on their asses, coughing smoke out of their lungs, while Hackett's men fought for their lives. Rawlings took off her respirator mask and sat on one of the chapel pews with Nutter and Garza. Sweat glistened on their red faces. After hours of running and fighting, they were smoked. Ramirez chewed the inside of his mouth while staring at the door, willing it to open. Muldoon paced, trying to walk off his frustration and shame. The rest of the men stood around and otherwise stayed out of his way. Even Captain Hayes, who tried to reach the scouts on the radio. Hayes surveyed the room, looking for options that weren't there. Fuck! His platoon had been shredded, its elements scattered, and his own squad had been trapped like cattle in a pen waiting to be slaughtered. "Yes, sir," Muldoon said, and kept pacing. "Wait." The captain unzipped a pocket in his uniform and pulled out a plastic card. "Wait a minute." The men's eyes flickered and focused on him. Muldoon stopped and watched. Hayes walked to the door and ran the keycard through the access control panel. Nothing. He ran it a second time. Again, nothing. The little indicator light on the control stayed red. After 3 more tries, he gave up. "POTUS overrode it," Muldoon said. "She's thought of everything." "Unlike us," Rawlings thought. "We're rats in a maze." The clowns cheered, the sound tinny and distant as it echoed down the main access trunk. The gunfire intensified to a single rolling roar. It sounded to Rawlings like a mad minute, when a unit unloads everything it has got because it's about to be overrun. The volume wavered while its source seemed to change direction due to the strange acoustics in the underground bunker. "Mole 1-1, this is Mole 6, sitrep, over," Hayes said into the radio. He repeated the message, but again got no answer. Sergeant Hackett was either preoccupied, or the radio signals failed to reach him. The tension in the room continued to build. Rawlings wanted to scream at Muldoon for wanting to take care of her, at Hayes for rushing headlong into disaster based on some theory of invincibility, at her squadmates for standing there looking foolish when they should be doing something, anything. At the 500 feet of rock over her head, cutting her off from the sunlight. At the infected for ruining her life. The world. "It's hot," she said. "It's roasting in here." "Another gift from POTUS," Muldoon said. She turned up the heat. "Sergeant, I need you to get your head in the game," Hayes hissed. "What game is that, sir?" "Wait." Rawlings stared at the ceiling. Hayes strode up to Muldoon. "Our people are dying out there. Instead of bitching, we need to figure a way out of here." "No shit, sir. Hopefully not the same way we figured a way into it." "Wait," she cried. "I know a way out." The men turned and saw her point. Followed the invisible line between her fingertip and an air duct in the ceiling. She said, "The heat has to come from somewhere." Muldoon smiled at her. "Garza, hoist me up on your shoulders." The machine gunner stood and crouched. Muldoon parked himself on the man's broad shoulders. With his squadmate's help, Garza heaved himself back to his feet. The sergeant produced a screwdriver and worked the screws. Installed years ago and painted over several times, they yielded painfully, slowly. One clattered to the floor, followed by another. Garza trembled under the weight. Sweat poured down his face. He blinked it out of his eyes. At last, the sergeant pulled the grate off and passed it to Ramirez, who tossed it in a corner. Muldoon shined a flashlight into the duct. Dust sparkled in the beam. He pulled himself up and peered inside. There's no way I could fit in there. Coming down, Garza. Roger that. The big soldier sagged to his knees. Not even Ramirez could fit. Muldoon caught sight of Rawlings and stopped talking. The other men turned and regarded her. "Oh, screw you guys," she said. Hayes stripped off his mop suit. "I'm coming with you." Muldoon nodded. The captain might just be small enough to squeak through. "Shit," Rawlings said. "We're really doing this." Hayes said, "We go up, over, and come down in the main access trunk. Then we'll double back and try the keycard from the outside. See if that works." "And if it doesn't?" Muldoon asked. The captain finished removing his body armor and snatched up his M4. "We'll go support Hackett. Hit them in the ass. Then find the control room. We find that room, all our problems are solved." Rawlings peeled off her mop suit and left it on the floor. She dropped her helmet on the pile. While squeezing through the duct, every millimeter was going to count. She took a deep breath and pulled on her respirator mask. Nutter patted her arm. "Good luck, nasty girl." "Garza, you ready?" She nodded dumbly, too scared to talk. Her legs trembled from stress and exhaustion. The idea of being inside that dark, confined space terrified her. Muldoon's admiring gaze morphed into one of concern. She turned away. He was a stone-cold sergeant one minute, a doting big brother the next. He gripped her arm hard. "Listen up, Corporal. We're caught in a trap here. You and the captain are going to get us out, understand?" She nodded again. He said, "Get us out, or we're fucked. Hackett's fucked. So get us out." She found her voice. "I'll do it." "I'll go first," Hayes said. "Stay close behind me, Rawlings." Garza hoisted the captain into the duct. His legs dangled below the opening. Then he was gone, and it was her turn. "You're a light fighter now, Corporal," Muldoon said. "The duct is just another mountain. Do us proud." Rawlings smiled and climbed onto Garza's back. "Hoo-ah, Duke." The big soldier heaved her up into the darkness. Chapter 25. Ellis lurched backward as Cohen planted a large hand on his shoulder to keep him rooted where he stood. The major said, "Fresh meat for the fun house." "This is Lieutenant Ellis, 10th Mountain," Cohen said. The lieutenant didn't fear death. Despite the world turning into a slaughterhouse, he still believed in a loving God. He believed God rewarded the righteous by allowing them into paradise, a place free of pain, loss, nightmares, and survivor's guilt, a place where laughter meant happiness instead of horror. Everybody he loved waited for him on the other side. There were worse things than dying. You could become one of them. You could be turned into a gibbering lunatic who experienced searing pleasure whenever you inflicted or received pain. The worse the pain, the greater the pleasure. The crazies sought out those they loved because of this. The soldiers had put their infected commander in a straitjacket. The man grinned up at him, head bobbing over a series of leather straps that bound him to the wheelchair. The right side of his head and face had been burned, rippled red flesh dotted with weeping blisters. A handful of stained gauze was taped over his eye. Brown fluid had leaked from his wounds and dotted the jacket. Relishing Ellis's horror, he shrieked with laughter. "You're fucked now, boy!" "Major," Cohen said in a warning tone. "Major!" The old guard officer grimaced and strained at his straps before settling with an exhausted sigh. "Major? Affirmative. I'm Major Scott." Unable to speak, Ellis gaped at the man. Cohen said, "Sir, the lieutenant here is part of a scout unit sent to recon the facility before the main force tries a search and rescue op. Madam President cut them off, closed the blast door. Then they ran straight into an ambush. Like I said, Scott wheezed. You're fucked. How are things up top? Ellis licked his dry lips. Bad, he whispered, then repeated in a louder voice. Real bad. He hesitated before adding, Sir. As above, so below, the major said. I'm trying to get to the rest of my unit, Ellis said. For some reason he couldn't fathom, these soldiers still took orders from Major Scott, even though the man had caught the bug. As long as he kept them talking, he had time to think of a way out of this. I need your help, sir. Not possible, Scott told him. Lost the hospital yesterday, where I caught a Molotov in the face. Stabbed in the eye with a syringe while I was too busy screaming my head off to notice. The man snickered. Turned me into this? Fucking monster. Barely holding the water now. Need to hold the water. Everything depends on it. Ellis could barely look at him. His body felt like a coiled spring. Every instinct told him to wrestle the rifle out of Cohen's hands and put two in this abomination's chest and one in his brain pan. He cleared his throat. Permission to speak candidly, sir? Can control it, long as I stay strapped to this chair. Rest of my men are on level 3, guarding 4,000 people. People who can restart the world. Last hope for us. Can't leave them. Took the control room 3 times, lost it 3 times, turned the lights out on us, scream at us night and day over the speakers. Ellis glanced at Paul, who was standing behind the wheelchair, but the man's taciturn expression told him nothing. I was made to understand 6,500 people were down here considered necessary to keep civilization going. You mean now there are 4,000? Cohen said. You see what's at stake, the major said, snorting laughter through his nose now as he squirmed in the wheelchair. Every one of them is vital. Everyone that dies, another piece of the future goes with him. One thing I'm wondering, sir. How did the plague get down here? Scott roared with laughter. Some genius thought. Good idea to bring infected down. Study them. Then some other genius screwed up and got infected, Cohen added. You let the others out and they spread it. They put the bug in food served to the second shift in the cafeteria. You can guess how they did that. The old guard had fought for 3 days and lost ground and men. They didn't have the strength to hold both levels against thousands of crazies. We can help you, sir, Ellis said. 5 men in my squad, counting me. Another squad down on level 6. Another element, location unknown. If Muldoon and his shooters survived. Help me round them up, and we'll reinforce you here. We'll protect the water. Everybody, until relief arrives. No, Scott said with a happy grin. Sir. Ellis didn't know what to say. He was trying to convince a man who commanded troops in the field but was legally insane. Scott leered at him. Your men dug their grave, Lieutenant. If they can get out, they'll come to us. If not, they're dead. Sir, with all due respect, they're my people. I need to get them. Another job for you. A chance to save us all. He blinked. Sir, you will take your men and 4 of mine. Go to the control room. The officer giggled. Kill everything you see. Kill it good and take it back. Ellis nodded. Yes, it was the right move. His side could retake the initiative. If they won the control room, he could get eyes on everybody left in his platoon and command the facility systems. We'll take it back, sir. And then you'll do one more thing for me. What's that, sir? The major laughed. Put a bullet in my fucking head and take command. 26. Rawlings heaved herself into the hot, dark duct, legs kicking in empty space, until somebody grabbed her foot and gave her a final push. Then she was in. Air blasted against her from massive unseen fans, drying the sweat on her face to a fine crust, even as the heat made her sweat more. A shape writhed ahead, framed by bright light. Captain Hayes trailblazing the duct space. Rawlings turned on her flashlight. "I'm in, Captain." The tight metal walls pressed in around her. Dust particles swirled in the beam. Shit. "Bounding forward," Hayes said, reciting the battalion's motto. "Any idea where we're going, sir?" "There's only one way to go, Corporal. Now zip it and move." She grit her teeth and elbowed her way ahead in a low crawl that evoked memories of basic training. 8 years and a lifetime ago at Camp Edwards in Cape Cod. Only there, she'd been crawling through muck under barbed wire with the sun shining over her, not worming her way along a dark metal coffin. Gunfire still pounded somewhere out there, sending purring vibrations through the duct. Hayes thudded along, making steady progress, bounding forward. She heard him praying, and hoped he was including her. She kept at it one small movement at a time, grateful for her knee pads. The duct bulged and contracted at their movements. Then he stopped. "Hold up." She tried to breathe, but her lungs didn't cooperate. If the duct didn't allow them to move forward, if it made a sudden drop, for example, they'd made this trip for nothing. They'd have to make the return backwards. She found enough air to gasp. "What's wrong?" "The duct hits a T intersection here." "Great. We're going right." He paused. "You okay back there?" "Just do it. Just go. Go, sir." "Take it easy, Corporal. Breathe. We should find an opening soon." The captain's M4 scraped the duct's thin metal skin as he negotiated it around the turn. He hauled himself through. Then it was Rawlings' turn. The gunfire became sporadic. The clowns cheered again. Hackett and his boys were in trouble. She had to do this fast. She pushed her rifle against the duct. The M16 grated the metal and held fast. Even with pressure put on it from different angles, it wouldn't budge. She'd not only managed to get her weapon stuck, she'd blocked her path. "My weapon's stuck," she said. "Then unfuck it," Hayes said. "For God's sake." Rawlings pulled out a small bottle of gun oil and squirted it along the weapon. It slid free. "Got it, Captain." A man screamed below. The scream flooded out the acoustics in the duct. Hackett was in a lot of trouble. The sound came from the left. She pulled herself around the turn, dragged her rifle under her, and resumed her crawl. Moving faster now, making every second count. Going left instead of right. Muldoon told her she was a light fighter. The boys still called her Nasty Girl, but she'd become one of them. They'd saved her life, given her something to go on fighting for after Boston went up in flames, and her old life with it. Hackett's men were being butchered. If she could help, she'd do it. "What the hell are you doing, Corporal?" Hayes called after her. "I'm going to see if I can get eyes on Alpha. Maybe Go," he said. "I'll keep moving right and get the squad out." Rawlings was already pounding away, slithering along the duct. The metal under her heated up as she passed over the fire. A fresh wave of sweat broke out on her forehead. Her mouth parched to cotton. She was burning up. She pushed ahead, gasping with each exertion, trying to pass through before she cooked. The metal cooled. The duct stretched into the distance. She kept going until her flashlight revealed an indent in the bottom of the duct. A supply vent, thank God. She dragged herself to its edge and looked down. Nothing but empty floor. She crawled past it, flipped onto her back, and slammed her boot heel against the vent. Again, feeling it buckle this time. The fourth time, it tore out of the ceiling and slammed into the floor below. Rawlings ducked her head below the vent and sucked cool air. The coast seemed clear. Pulling herself forward, she brought her legs into the opening and let them dangle. Then she inched herself out, The corporal dropped to the floor and rolled. She lay there, panting. Another scream echoed down the hall. Behind her. No, forward. She got to her feet, shouldered her M16, and moved. At the next turn, she saw the bodies. Dozens of clowns clutching makeshift weapons and trophies. Tribal headhunters struck down by heavy weaponry. The soldiers had the weapons. The clowns had the numbers. That, and they didn't know the meaning of fear. They just kept coming. The bodies lay in mounds. Brass shell casings covered the floor. Her boot kicked one into a puddle of congealing blood. The soldiers had done a lot of shooting here. A haze of gun smoke still hung in the air. She pictured Alpha stubbornly yielding ground, firing and reloading as they fell back. The corridor kept going. More brass, bodies, blood. Her boot crunched against a war club, a wooden chair leg onto which glass slivers had been glued. The corridor led to a four-way intersection. A helmeted, uniformed figure sat slumped against the wall among a tangle of bodies. His guts had been torn out. His weapon was gone. Whoever he was, he'd gone down fighting. Rawlings crouched to get his dog tags. His eyes flashed open. "You're close," the soldier said with a red grin. She fell back on her ass in the intersection as the man chuckled wetly. He mumbled something else, but she ignored him now. Ahead of her, two clowns dragged a soldier down the hall, moving away from her fast. "They're close," the dying man said. "Shut up," she hissed, and raised her rifle. She peered down the iron sights at one of the retreating crazies' backs, center mass. The rifle popped as she fired several rounds. The gun stock hummed against her shoulder. The clown toppled forward in a spray of blood. "Get some," the dying soldier said. Her radio buzzed. Muldoon. Copy. Over." "Not now, Duke." The other crazy dropped the soldier and ran toward her wearing a maniac's grin, war club held over his shaven and tattooed head. Rawlings squeezed the trigger, producing another satisfying metallic crack. The clown crumpled with a smoking hole in his chest. "They're here," the soldier rasped. The corridor filled with growing laughter. Rawlings wheeled as a mob of naked men and women tramped toward her across a carpet of the dead. Mutilated, tattooed, blood-stained, reeking, they dragged Sergeant Doug Hackett, his eyes and mouth wide open in horror. She couldn't outrun them. They were too close. "Muldoon. Rawlings. How? Over." She fired as they poured down the corridor on pounding feet. Bodies splashed to the floor. She retreated, ejected her empty mag, and popped a fresh one into the weapon. She fired again, switching to full auto and emptying her second magazine as the endless flood washed over her and swept her along in its irresistible current. Tossed and pulled by howling freaks, Rawlings became part of the mob. A cackling witch wrenched the rifle from her grip and held it triumphantly over her head. A leering man grabbed her breast under her armor and squeezed hard enough to make her cry out. They ripped the respirator mask off her face, taking a clump of her hair with it. They sliced open the back of her uniform and tore at the hole to expose her flesh to the whip. She staggered as they pushed and pulled her like a doll. The grinning faces pressed in, laughing while she screamed in naked horror, cheering as they carried her off to the slaughterhouse. Chapter 27. Lieutenant Colonel Lee surveyed the hills with his binoculars. The radio chattered with RTOs and officers reporting clown force positions and movements. Estimated at approximately 11,000 strong, the infected now effectively surrounded High Point. About 1 in 5 carried firearms. "Let 'em come," Captain Summers said. Major Walker chewed his lip and said nothing. He was no doubt calculating their odds. The battalion held a fortified position. The men were rested and had plenty of ammunition, each an experienced, trained, and skilled combat veteran. Food was the only problem. The site still had power, which delivered water from on-site storage tanks. Empire reported plenty of water in these tanks. If the clowns intended a siege, however, The food would run out within 3 weeks, even with rationing. Then they'd have to make a run for it through the horde. They'd still win, but it'd be a lot harder fighting them out there in those hills. The clowns wouldn't sit out a siege, however. It disturbed the officers that the infected had shown even this much restraint. They'd attack soon, no doubt about that. They appeared to be waiting for someone. Someone or something. Lee eyed the milling crowds of the insane and settled on a giant in full battle rattle. Combat uniform, boots, knee pads, body armor, web gear, gloves, Kevlar, and a rifle in each hand. A Marine who'd heard the call in Washington and come down to Mount Weather at the Commander-in-Chief's request. Infected streamed through the crowd to talk to him. The Marine raved at them, using shoves and kicks as punctuation. The crazies grinned and ran off. Damn, Lee thought. The jarhead was giving orders. He swept the rest of the crowd and saw other soldiers doing the same thing. Captain, he said, I've got another job for Jaworski. I'm sure he'll be pleased. I doubt it. I want him to target every man he sees out there in uniform. Summers' face darkened. Yes, sir. Spread the word to the other companies. Target the soldiers. Walker said, We should think about fallback points, Colonel. Lee frowned. You think the clowns could break through? To quote Donald Rumsfeld, we don't know what we don't know. The clowns had always shown rudimentary cunning, but had now begun self-organizing. They'd formed armies. They were innovating, using tactics. They showed restraint by waiting for reinforcements before attacking High Point. The presence of so many infected soldiers out there in the hills meant the crazies had absorbed their training and knowledge. They might have even more surprises. Lee's situational awareness stopped at the hill crest. If the battalion could get eyes out there, the unknowns would disappear. But they'd lost their air cover on the way to Drum. The drones were dead, and Site R had told them they were on their own. They didn't know what they didn't know. Jaworski's rifle cracked. Lee glanced at the hill. The Marine pitched back and fell to the dirt. Infected rushed in to fight over his weapons. The colonel rubbed his stubbled face. Bravo is guarding the entrance to Area B. Inform Captain Beach I want 3 out of 4 men ready to move on a moment's notice. Bravo and the APCs will act as a rapid reaction force. In the event of a breakthrough, Bravo's light fighters and the Bradleys and Strikers would rush to plug the gap and repel the tide. Walker turned to scrutinize the scenery behind the wall. Just open ground in the buildings. The buildings make good salients, but they wouldn't last long. We'd have to fall back in stages, but to where? God, they were really talking about it. The fall of their fort. Another rifle banged far away. The sound rolled across the compound. 2 more gunshots followed in rapid succession, the snipers finding their targets. No, Lee decided, they were just following doctrine. Plan for everything. The first rally point will be 500 meters from the wall, he said. The second is the blast door. We've got a wall stacked around it. The wall's gotta be pushed out. 2 buildings near the tunnel, so we should be able to include them in the defense line, Walker said. Get the civilians inside and out of the way. Right, said Lee. They discussed the defenses further. If the infected got up on the high ground above the tunnel, they'd be able to throw whatever they wanted down on the defenders. Walker proposed a series of sandbag forts up there. A line of claymore mines. Lee agreed. Bravo and Empire had a lot of work to do. He returned his attention to the seething throngs. Tribal drumming filled the air, drums made from the dried leather of what used to be people. We're just cattle to them, Lee thought. Playthings to be tortured, slaughtered, and harvested. He seethed with a sudden burning rage at the clowns. For months he regarded them with deep sadness. He'd seen them as slaves to a pathogen that forced them to inflict pain on others, starting with those they loved most. The more pain they inflicted, however, the less Lee saw them as human. Even if some scientist came up with a magic cure, He wasn't sure he wanted them back. After months of total war, not for resources or religion or control, but sheer survival, he hated them. Every last one had to be exterminated. He wondered if they even wanted to come back. If he became one of them and did the horrifying things they did, would he? The drumming, which had boomed across the hills in a steady warlike rhythm, sped up. The clowns shook their weapons and howled gibberish at the soldiers behind their Hesco walls. Many appeared to be singing. "This is what daycare in hell must sound like," Walker said. Lee said, "Captain, they're getting restless again. Give them another sweep with the Bradleys." Horns blared. The clowns cheered and surged toward the fort. "Here they come," Lee's heart pounded. "Make every shot count." "Kill them all, light fighters," Summers roared. "Hooah!" the men shouted from the Hescos. Charlie Company went to guns on the clowns at 500 meters. Red tracers flashed as machine guns swept the hillside. The infected rushed, laughing to their deaths. They fell by the dozens under a hail of hot metal. Even so, the sheer weight of numbers brought them ever closer. The Bradleys opened up with cannon bursts aimed at the thickest crowds. The shells exploded along the hill. Massive dust clouds veiled Lee's view of the carnage. Burning bodies rolled out of the haze. "Yeah!" one of the boys yelled from the wall. "Fuck you, clown!" No shoot and scoot this time. No driving along, scanning the road for improvised explosive devices. No fighting their way out of crude ambushes. The battalion held a fixed position with good cover and 360 security, and the boys were in a killing mood. They grinned while they shot down the clowns who'd contested every meter over more than 800 kilometers. The bodies pitched smoking onto the blood-soaked ground. The crude banners fell in waves of dust and red mist. It was slaughter, but it felt right. This time it felt like victory. It felt like revenge. Today they killed with exultation, not regret. Wearing a grim smile, Lee surveyed the destruction. Every dying clown was like seeing a poisonous spider crushed under a boot, an itch he'd suffered for months finally scratched. Then he frowned. Something was wrong. The clowns kept coming, toting their scaling ladders. He aimed his binoculars and saw fresh hordes of smiling lunatics pour over the hill crest. He said, "They concealed part of their strength behind the hill." Summers gnawed his toothpick. "This is some K-San shit." The battalion faced far more than 10,000 crazies. The enemy's secret had been revealed. Lee didn't know how strong the clown force was, but he still felt confident. As long as his force had enough ammunition, they'd wipe the earth clean of these abominations within a few hours. "More for us to kill," Summers said. Walker, "Colonel, 11 o'clock. Lee saw it. Partially obscured by a drifting pall of dust, the giant vehicle rolled over the hill and into view. He recognized it instantly. Fear rang his brain like a bell. It was one of the most effective death-dealing machines created by man. The Marines called it the Beast. "Holy shit," Summers said. "It's a goddamn—" The M1 Abrams tank's turret whirred as it aligned its 120mm gun and fired with a thunderous roar. 28. Muldoon paced like a lion in a cage while the chapel grew even hotter. Rawlings and Hayes had been gone 10 minutes. He couldn't reach them by radio, and it seriously worried him. His boys had stripped off their mop suits and sat on the floor, wilting in the heat. Faces clenched with tension softened with resignation and despair. Even Nutter, sitting with his forehead resting on his knees, was giving up. Some things you just can't joke your way out of. The sergeant considered riding them in some way. Nothing got the boys working as a team like a universal grilling. He knew it'd be useless. There was a time for grilling, and this wasn't it. Instead, he could give them something to do, but there was nothing to be done except wait. Waiting gave them time to remember their dead comrades, hacked apart in the wrecked hospital. Time to understand just how fucked they were. Time to wonder what had happened to Corporal Rawlings. "Donegal," he said. "What a slob." The boys focused on him. He added, "He'd spend more energy getting out of work than doing it." Nutter smiled. "Skeeter joined the army and was like, 'What? I gotta do PT?'" Garza said, "He did his PT playing first-person shooter games." Nutter made a whacking off gesture, and the soldiers chuckled. "He owed me $40, Ramirez said. "His socks stank up the whole barracks," Garza said. "Too bad he didn't bring his mom to basic with him." Nutter, "I thought Duke was his mom." "Mold 2-1-6, over." Muldoon keyed his headset. "Go for 2-1-6, over." "I'm out of Oscar Mike to ETA 3 minutes, out." He announced to the squad, "The captain and our nasty girl are making tracks. They'll get us out of here soon. Gear up. We're on the move in 3. Assuming Hayes and Rawlings made it across the last distance alive, assuming the keycard worked from the outside. Faces clenched with tension again, the squad put their mop suits back on. "Klein," Muldoon said. "Always asking why. Why this, why that?" Nutter said, "Keeping America safe from capitalism." The door clicked. The light on the access control glowed green. "I'm coming in," Captain Hayes said. The door slid open. Hayes entered the room and sized them up. "Time to unass this shithole and get back in the game." "Where's Rawlings?" "She took a different route to support Alpha." Muldoon glared at him. "She went off on her own?" "I don't have time to explain to you, Sergeant. Get your people on the move. We've got to get to Alpha. We find Alpha, we'll find your nasty girl." "You heard the captain," the sergeant growled. The squad was already ready. They advanced guns first down the main access trunk. Muldoon had a boyish crush on Rawlings, while she loved him like a brother. It was the order of things, which he more or less accepted. She didn't love him, but she was his girl, and he'd kill anything in the way of getting her back. He spotted an air supply grill on the floor. He glanced at the dark hole over his head. "She came out of the duct here." "We'll find her, Duke," Nutter said. "I know we will." He believed it. They caught up to mounds of corpses that led down the corridor like a trail of grisly breadcrumbs. Scores of dead clowns, plenty of brass and ammunition links. Blood streaked the walls and dotted the ceiling. Gunsmoke drifted in the air. Alpha had fought their running battle here. 50 meters ahead, a soldier sat slumped against the wall. "One of ours." Muldoon quickened his pace. The squad fanned out to establish security across the nearby intersection. Hayes and Muldoon crouched in front of the soldier, who breathed raggedly while gripping handfuls of his own intestines that looped from his torn guts. His eyes opened slowly and focused on them. "He's alive," Hayes said. "One of Hackett's," Muldoon said. "Specialist Newman. Poor bastard." The soldier smiled. "Yeah, poor bastard." Muldoon stiffened. "He's one of them now." "Hayes, where's the rest of your squad?" "They killed Beers, Metalhead, Ghost," nicknames. "Everybody except Blake and the sergeant. They took them away." He smiled. "I mean, we took them away, huh?" The soldiers sagged. They were too late to save Alpha. They were completely on their own now. Newman smiled up at Muldoon. "Looking for your lost sheep, Sarge?" "Is she alive?" The soldier laughed softly. "Shh, shh, shh. Where's Corporal Rawlings, you piece of shit?" "Let it go, Sergeant," Hayes said. "He's not going to give us anything." "They took the nasty girl and my people to Congress. For the sacrifice. It's what she wants." The captain said, "The president. Is she there?" "Oh, yeah. She's waiting for you." A shiver crawled down Muldoon's back. He'd never talked to one of the crazies before. He wondered if Newman was lying, though it wasn't Newman anymore, not really. Just a monster wearing Newman's face. The soldier laughed. The sergeant decided the clown probably wasn't lying. Maybe he still felt some residual loyalty to the army. Maybe he wanted Hayes and Muldoon to go after her and join her in the shredder. The more the merrier. "Anyone else you know that could help us?" Muldoon asked him. Oh, wait. Yeah. The shotgun you're carrying." "What about it?" "I want you to stick it up your asshole and make it go bang bang." He stood with disgust. "We're done here." Okay, wait. Stick it in my asshole, then." Hayes said, "Put this thing out of my misery, Sergeant." "Gladly, sir. Newman, if you're still in there somewhere, sorry this happened to you." "Good luck," the dying soldier said, as Muldoon swung the butt of his shotgun and crushed the man's face. Muldoon turned toward Captain Hayes, breathing hard through his nose, waiting for orders, knowing what he'd do if Hayes gave the wrong orders. "We're going to get our people back," Hayes said. Muldoon nodded. "Yes, sir. We're going to attack Congress." 29. The 120mm heat shell struck the guard tower and flattened it. The detonation flung the broken bodies of Jaworski and 3 other men in a cloud of splinters. Lee staggered at the concussion. Somebody called for a medic. The tank fired again with a blast of smoke and hit another part of the line. The M1A1 was known by many names: Dracula, Whispering Death, the Beast. At 70 tons and carrying a 120mm smooth-bore gun, it was one of the most heavily armored and armed tanks in the world. Certainly the deadliest. Some of the Marines in Washington were infected, and they'd rolled down here at the orders of their commander-in-chief, sucking fuel blivets dry along the way to make the long journey. The tank accelerated down the hill, hurling another shell as it moved. Men screamed in the impact's aftermath. A second M1 topped the crest and fired. Walker watched the tanks grind toward the Heskos. "This is bad." "Send out a call to all units," Lee told the RTO. "We need every AT-4 and Javelin they've got, now." In the confusion, knots of clowns had crossed the killing field, reached the wall, and threw up their ladders. The light fighters drained their magazines into the grinning faces. The clowns returned fire, shooting a soldier through the head. The man pitched from the wall. "We can't hold this position," Lee said. "Stand by to retrograde." He considered his options while another shell screamed overhead and cratered the lawn behind him. Clods of dirt rained across the wall. The M1 was damned hard to kill. An improvised explosive device could immobilize it, but Lee didn't know where the tanks would try to breach the fort. The beast was vulnerable where its armor was lightest, everywhere except its front. If he could get men behind it, they could hit the power plant, douse it with gas and light it up, maybe get on top of it and use explosives. Lee couldn't get his men close enough. The tanks had heavy infantry support. But he had another idea. A long shot, but his best option. A naked woman reached the top of the wall, swinging a rotting head by the hair. She hurled it at a soldier before several rifles banged and sent her flying back over the side. Another clown mounted the wall, but became entangled in the concertina wire. He laughed while it tore him to ribbons. Lee said, "Retrograde to the first rally point, Captain." They left the guard tower and jogged toward the next line of defense. Behind, the tower went up in a titanic roar that shook the ground. Splinters rained around them as they ran. Summers grunted and staggered. The first clowns reached the top of the wall, pausing to take pot shots at the retreating soldiers. A machine gun swept the wall clear before withdrawing. Moments later, more clowns clambered on top of it. "We could try to break out," Walker said. Lee didn't believe retreat was an option. They'd never make it. On the way to the first rally point, he gave his orders and confirmed they were understood. Charlie reached the rally point and deployed in a line. The men lay prone, aiming toward the Heskos as stragglers limped past. Machine gun teams occupied the buildings. The Bradleys growled as they rolled out toward the flanks. Heads appeared along the wall. The heads became filthy bodies, some naked, others dressed in rags or the flesh of their victims. Many became tangled in the concertina wire. The rest reached the top and milled about with their rifles and primitive weapons. "This has to work," Walker said. No shit, Lee thought. If the plan failed, the base would have 2 rampaging battle tanks shooting up everything in sight. Them and thousands of laughing lunatics hell-bent on genocide. His battalion and its remarkable retreat through a dying America would become a footnote in a history that itself would never be written. Explosions roared along 2 sections of the wall, the M1s softening their entry points. The Heskos broke apart under the hammer blows. Tendrils of dirt soared in the air, reaching for the sky before drifting down in a cloud. The clowns cheered as the wall buckled. Puffs of exhaust dissipated above the shaking ruins of the Heskos. The tank's long barrels emerged and fired with blasts of smoke. Lee trained his binoculars in time to see the M1s shoulder their way into the breaches. "Come on," he said. "Come and get it." The tanks rode up over the Heskos in their path, exposing their undersides. "Now," Lee grated. "Now, now, now!" AT-4 and Javelin anti-tank missiles streaked toward the M1s. The shots splashed against the tank's composite armor with a shower of sparks. Then one hit the underside of the tank on the left. The Javelin missile penetrated the softer armor and burst inside with a flash. The beast groaned as it lumbered over the Hesko and crashed into the ground, its barrel buried in the dirt. Smoke poured from its underside and exhaust vents. Charlie Company let up a ragged cheer at the sight. One down. Missiles burst along the second tank's chassis. The M1 shrugged off the hits and rolled over the barrier. Its turret traversed with a whir. The beast bucked as its long gun flashed. The shell struck the ground near one of the anti-tank teams, flinging bodies into the air. The second team ran as the tank's machine guns opened up, tracers flashing. Behind the beast, the clowns raced through the breach. Charlie Company responded with a crash of gunfire, cutting them down as they swarmed around the M1 and rushed the line. Scores of muzzle flashes rippled across the advancing force. Rounds pinged off the corrugated metal building behind Lee. The tank's engine revved. The M1 started forward again as the Bradleys enfiladed it. Their tow missiles exploded against the beast's side with thunderclaps. As the smoke cleared, the turret traversed again. Scarred and battered by the hits, the beast still lived. Its gun boomed. The shell punched through the Bradley's front plate. The vehicle jumped as its turret blew, spinning high in the air, taking a cloud of flaming debris and body parts with it. The M1 started moving again. One of its tracks looped behind it and lashed out like a whip. The beast jerked to a halt. It snarled as it struggled to move. Even immobilized, the tank continued to fire. The first round struck the building behind Lee, blowing pieces of corrugated metal across the bloody field. The second round ripped a Humvee apart. The tank's machine gun swept the line. Tracers flashed. Men howled. The crew was firing every 15 seconds. Lee watched through his binoculars as the barrel swung and aimed at him. The second Bradley sent another tow missile streaking toward the beast. The missile struck the tank between the turret and the chassis and penetrated. The M1 trembled at the explosion. The turret wobbled as the tank's ammunition went up next. The gun barrel slumped. Flames and smoke poured out of the beast while its crew cooked. Charlie cheered again. They fired into the masked clowns with renewed vigor. Lee grinned at Walker. The major returned a weak smile. "What now?" Summers asked. "Hold here?" Lee said, "Now we take the wall back. Pass the word we have friendlies approaching the killing field on our right. Our reserve is engaging." Bravo's Humvees raced onto the scene from the flank, 50 cal machine guns rocking. The Bradley kept its fire hot from the left. Red tracers zipped across the field from 3 directions. The clowns fell in waves. "Beautiful," Summers said. "Fucking beautiful." Lee said, "Stand by to retake the wall." As the deadly fire from the vehicles cleared the field, Charlie stood and advanced with a roar, back in the revenge business. Chapter 30. Lieutenant Ellis led his men down into hell, past Level 3, where a handful of old guards struggled to keep thousands of civilians alive, past Level 4, where the facility's outbreak began, to Level 5, where they'd find their objective, High Point's control room. For giants armed to the teeth, the old guard moved quietly as they descended the final stairs. Cohen, Paul, Thomas, and Ramsey, the largest man Ellis had ever seen, Superman in camis. "I have to ask why," Ellis said, breaking the silence. Paul kept his eyes fixed over his rifle sight. "None of your business, sir." Cohen said, "He's the only officer left. He got us through some rough shit while everybody else was panicking." "He's infected," Ellis said. "He's insane." Paul shook his head at the conversation. In his mind, Ellis didn't get it, and never would. "You saw him squirming in that chair," Cohen said. "We put little dull blades along the back of it. The Major's on a steady pain diet to keep the bug happy, but he's still keeping his head and leading. He's a tough motherfucker. The toughest." "You heard him ask me to shoot him in the head." "Yeah," Paul said. "And you'll do it, too." Ellis glanced at Sergeant Bailey, who looked back at him with worried eyes. The whole op had gone off the FUBAR scale. Right now, they led men they couldn't trust into combat on the orders of a homicidal maniac. The lieutenant nodded. "I'll do it." He believed these old guard warriors that Major Scott was a good man, an officer they'd follow anywhere, and tough enough to hold the bug at bay so he could keep his men and the facility's water safe. It didn't change the fact Scott was infected. Ellis would gladly shoot him. The Major didn't scare him. The bug had an instant cure, a bullet in the brain pan. These giant soldiers, with their blind loyalty to an officer who'd become the enemy, did scare him. To him, they'd caught a different kind of madness. They'd been given orders to attack the control room. Ellis hoped they hadn't been given any other orders. Orders he didn't know about. They reached the bottom of the stairwell and spread out to establish security in Level 5's main access trunk. Ramsey whistled and tilted his helmeted head toward the wall. Ellis took in the sight of a dozen severed human heads nailed to the granite. "Scared, Lieutenant?" Paul asked him. "I've been on the surface for months," Ellis answered, which shut him up. Cohen's clean-shaven face darkened with rage. "Those hands belonged to the last guys who came down here and took the control room. They're ours." "Let's get it done," Ellis said. "Silence from here on out." The squad flowed down the corridor, guns ready. Bailey fired his carbine. "Contact!" Muzzle flashes erupted from the gloom. Dark shapes flickered under the fluorescent lights. Bailey grunted and fell, his legs knocked out from under him. The rest of the squad dropped to shoot prone. "Cease fire!" Ellis called out. The enemy had disappeared. The clowns had submachine guns, delivered accurate fire, and used guerrilla tactics. Something wasn't right here. Bailey moaned on the floor in a pool of blood. A bullet had smashed his kneecap. Another scout applied a bandage, but Ellis knew that without proper care, his sergeant would lose his leg. If he was lucky. Ramsey, Thomas, and Paul bounded forward to cover the hallway. Ellis glared at Cohen. "What are we up against here, Specialist Cohen?" "The Secret Service." Christ. His adversary today was well-armed and well-trained. "Sorry about your man." Cohen left to join the others. The scouts propped their sergeant against the wall. Bailey gaped at them in terror, taking ragged breaths. He'd gone pale with shock. Ellis kneeled next to him. "Frank, listen to me." "Okay," Bailey said. "We have to keep moving. We're going to come back for you." The sergeant shook his head. "I'll take care of it." "You're not going to do that. You're going to cover our rear. We need you." Bailey grimaced and closed his eyes. Nodded. "I can do it." "We'll come for you after we take the control room. You hold on." "Sure. Sure, Lieutenant." Ellis didn't know what to say. He'd served with Bailey for 2 years, knew a lot about him, knew his temper, his quality as a soldier and a human being. Too much to say, and not enough time. "Go," Bailey rasped. He added 10th Mountain's credo. "First in." The scouts bent one by one to touch their sergeant's shoulder and give a light squeeze. With Ellis at the lead, they raced to catch up with the old guard. "We're taking that fucking room," the lieutenant said. He didn't have to say more. His men understood the situation, knew what was at stake. The squad reached a T intersection. The old guard broke left, the scouts right. Ellis peered around the corner. 4 agents guarded the corridor. "Playdate," one said, and leveled his MP5. The lieutenant jerked back under cover as the submachine gun coughed. A hail of bullets chipped the granite wall. Ellis signaled the squad. 4 enemy, around the corner. Cohen signaled the same on his side. Hoping to catch the soldiers in a crossfire, the clowns had both sides of the intersection covered. The infected didn't care if they ended up shooting each other. They didn't care if they died. So be it, Ellis thought. He signaled again. Frag out. He and Cohen pulled pins on grenades and tossed at the same time. The grenades struck the far wall and bounced to the clown's feet. 7 seconds to detonate. The explosions flattened their eardrums. A legless corpse cartwheeled past in a cloud of rock dust. Ellis lay on the ground and crawled around the corner to get eyes on the corridor using his M4's close combat optic. Dust drifted in the air. The blast had blown the lights out for 100 meters. No sign of the enemy. He waved the squad forward. They bounded up the hallway and leapfrogged spurts that ate up the yards. They passed a series of locked metal doors, each identified with a wall plate. Emergency alert system, communications, administration. Then, operations. Cohen said, "This is it. How do you want to do it?" C4, Ellis said. A little thunder would take care of the lock and set off any booby traps the clowns might have set up. It promised even more hearing damage, but it would get the job done. "I'll take care of it, Lieutenant." The squad aimed their carbines at the door. Cohen set his demolitions kit on the floor and pulled out a block of the plastic explosive which he molded over the locking mechanism. He inserted a detonator and began to run out the wires. The door slid open. Ellis caught a glimpse of barrel-chested agents with crew cuts and tight-fitting black suits, MP5 machine guns leveled at their hips. He fired into the mass, the rounds stitching the chest of one of the grinning maniacs. Bullets snapped through Cohen's body. He brought his weapon up as another burst blew his head apart. "Back!" Ellis roared over the crash of gunfire. The squad fell back through the smoke as the clowns boiled out of the control room, firing machine guns as they marched. 31. Sweating flesh, screaming laughter. The clowns clashed pots and pans and played flutes carved from bone in a tribal parade while they dragged Rawlings along the corridor. One of them read her name tape and called out her name in a sing-song voice. Others took up the chant. "Please," she said. "Please," they brayed. "Kill me. Please, Rawlings. Please kill us." They tossed her into a small room. Then they left howling. As the crazy's hellish laughter faded to silence, she curled into a fetal ball on the floor. Her uniform blouse had been reduced to rags. Bruises covered her body. Whipped by belts, her back felt like it was on fire. Rawlings shivered, trapped in a feverish nightmare. She wanted to die. A hand touched her shoulder. "Rawlings." "No," she moaned. "No more. It's Sergeant Hackett. You're safe. Another trick. A horrible trick. She shook her head, tears leaking from under her clenched eyelids. Leave me alone. Corporal Rawlings, the voice snapped. I expect your full attention. Her eyes opened to take in Sergeant Hackett kneeling next to her. He looked as bad as she felt. Behind him, another soldier hugged his knees and rocked. You're all right, he said. All right, she echoed dully. Hackett turned. This is the soldier who saved your life, Blake. Water, Rawlings said. He lifted her head and gave her a few swallows from his canteen. He's not talking right now, so I'll thank you for him. What happened to your squad? Trapped in a room. The captain and I got out through the ducts. He went to get the squad out. I went to help you. In that case, I'm going to have to add sorry on top of that thanks. The clowns had taken them prisoner instead of killing or infecting them outright. If they wanted to go on surviving, she had to be strong. She pushed herself up to a sitting position. Her back screamed with pain. Aid kit, she said. The clowns had taken their weapons and ammo, but left the rest of their gear alone. Hackett emptied their first aid kits. Povidone iodine, gauze, dressings. He tore away the bloody rags covering her back and doused the wounds with the antiseptic. She grit her teeth against the burning. Make it your friend, she told herself. Turn it into hate. Enough hate to survive and kill every one of these monsters. He applied the bandages. That'll do it. Don't move. After a few moments, he handed her a damp t-shirt that reeked of male sweat. Put that on. I'm a married man, Corporal. Thank you. He was putting on a show to keep her spirits up. The man was likely as terrified as she was. Hackett put his shirt back on. Any bright ideas on how to get out of this? Rawlings shook her head. What are they going to do to us? I'm trying not to think about that right now. I'll tell you one thing, though. Duke is going to tear this shithole apart looking for you. She hoped that was true. It was the only hope she had. The door slid open. Rawlings and Hackett shrank back as a naked, bloated man entered the room carrying a big knife in each fist. His body had been completely shaved. His ears and nipples had been shorn off as well. Blake cowered against the wall at the sight of this grotesque figure. A squat, thickly muscled man entered next, lips chewed off to form a perpetual foaming grin. He carried a small girl in a blood-stained blue dress on his shoulders. Her legs had been hacked off and cauterized at the knees. The man had been just as crudely blinded. She wrenched the man's head to steer him, while she eyed Hackett with adult eyes full of desire and malice. "Daddy's gone a-hunting," she said in her child's voice. Rawlings instinctively reached for her weapon. More than anything she ever wanted in her life, she wanted to kill these things, squash them like roaches. High heels clocked against the floor. A woman entered wearing pearls and a neatly starched blue suit, hands clasped in front of her. She beamed at them while a crowd of clowns jammed the doorway behind her, jostling each other to see. Marion Gray, President of the United States. Welcome to the New World. She wore a plastic smile. Douglas A. Hackett, Sergeant in the United States Army. One. That won't be necessary, Sergeant Hackett, the President said. I don't care who you are, and I don't want information from you. When we torture you, it'll be for shits and giggles. Hackett said nothing. He didn't want information from POTUS either. Anything she'd tell him would be a lie, or worse, the truth. Instead, he tensed, no doubt calculating his odds whether he could kill Gray before the clowns chopped him to pieces. Rawlings watched him out of the corner of her eye, ready to join him in one last attack. The fat man stepped forward and slashed the air with his knife. Hackett flinched away from the blades, his attack thwarted before it began. Legionnaires, Gray said. You've fought bravely, but your legion is dead, your empire ash. Your families are gone or with us now. The people you swore an oath to defend are us. You are fighting for nothing. You are fighting history. Your world is dying, and we will impregnate its corpse. We'll be sorry when you're all dead, you know. Your battles will become our songs. Your world will become our myth. You will become our legends. You and the ruins of the cities will no longer remember or understand. You're supposed to be leading us, Rawlings said. You can stop this. Silence, Gray snapped. I hate when hecklers interrupt one of my speeches. Speak again, and I'll cut out your tongue and feed it to Sergeant Douglas A. Hackett. Her plastic expression morphed into something far more genuine and frightening, a snake eyeing its prey. I have decided to honor you with a choice. Door 1 or door 2, the lady or the tiger. You will either willingly join us, or you will be sacrificed to the prophets. Rawlings wondered, prophets? What prophets? Gray said, You may now speak. Madam President, Hackett said, with all respect, go fuck yourself. She grinned, showing red teeth. So be it. Sacrifice, the fat man howled. The clowns took up the chant as they flooded the room and reached for their prisoners with filthy hands. 32. The hills were alive with freaks. They streamed down the blood-soaked hillside through a pall of gun smoke, waving their weapons and grotesque standards. They ran laughing into 1st Battalion's guns, dropping in piles of tangled corpses. Captain, get off the line, Lee shouted over the constant thunder. You're wounded. Summers had caught splinters in his arm and neck from the exploding guard tower. His right arm hung uselessly at his side in the bloody rags of his uniform. Set in a pale face, determined eyes stared back at Lee. I'm not going anywhere, sir, the captain said. Sergeant Major Turner, Lee barked. The battalion command sergeant major let off a few more rounds and turned, his leathered face lined with fatigue. Sir, I want a medic to look at the captain. Now, see to it. He gazed down the line at the soldiers tensed behind their parapet. Carbines jerked against their shoulders as the men fired, pivoted, fired again. They were exhausted, but triumphant. As long as they had bullets, they could hold, no matter how many hours, no matter how many clowns it took. Major Walker fired his M4. Clowns of the world unite, so we can kill you all in one place. Lee wondered just how many enemy he faced. The entire infected population of Baltimore and Washington seemed to be running at him. He raised his carbine and popped off several shots. 2 running figures fell. Twilight had come. The sky darkened quickly as drifting smoke obscured the waning light of the sun setting over the western hills. The Alamo held, but there were so many clowns, too many to count. If any more armor showed up, things could get dicey. All of these crazies had come because the president invited them. They followed her commands. The clowns were organizing, and President Gray led them. That made her the most dangerous person in the country. For the army to win this war, she had to be terminated. He wondered how Hayes and his platoon were faring, if they'd run up against her. He prayed they were safe. Major, radio Captain Beach and tell him I want the Bushmasters to relieve Charlie in 15, he said. Summers. We can hold. I am aware of your warrior skills, Captain, but your guys need rest and refit. You'll be off the wall for 30 minutes, then you'll relieve Delta. Yes, sir, Summers said grudgingly. Walker lowered his carbine. I'll see to the rotation, Colonel. Good. We might be at this a while yet. Let's do it right. A truck skidded down the hill, its bed packed with crazies clinging to a crude catapult. Tracers zipped across the vehicle. Both the infected and siege engines shattered and flew apart under the machine gun fire. Whack-a-mole, Lee thought. You killed one, and two more showed up giggling over thoughts of torture and murder, laughing their grating laughter. Lee wondered if the war would ever end, if it were even winnable. Every victory delivered nothing more than another day of survival. Every day cost them more than they gained. Even if they killed all the infected, what then? What would a world at peace look like? Could these men even go back to living in peace? These men fought hard to survive, but what were they surviving for? Another battered pickup careened down the hill, sliding on the bloody mud. Naked freaks jammed its bed, waving grappling hooks. Machine gun fire stitched its side. The windshield turned red before exploding. The clowns laughed as deadly aimed fire ripped them to shreds. The pickup trailed flames and smoke as it lurched the final distance and slammed against the wall. A wave of heat and smoke rose up its side. Lee broke out in a fresh sweat. He shook off his despair. No point in wondering about the future. The future would take care of itself. His priority was today, now, surviving, helping more than 2,500 men and women stay alive. They just needed to catch a break. "Sir," the RTO cried, "Site R advises air support inbound, cleared hot." His earnest prayer had been instantly answered. "Major, make contact with those pilots and coordinate close air support." Minutes later, the jets shrieked low over the hills. Their aerosol roar rolled across the atmosphere. The planes released their payloads, little black dots that whistled toward the ground. "Precision-guided whoop-ass," Sergeant Major Turner said. The cluster bombs exploded mid-air, releasing hundreds of bomblets that raked the earth with instant destruction. Grinning maniacs and vehicles disintegrated as tons of dirt blew into the sky. Scores of mushroom clouds bloomed over the hills. "Excellent effect on target," Summers grinned while the soldiers cheered. The big gray birds returned, laying fire on distant targets with Gatling guns spitting dozens of rounds per second. The roar of the jets modulated as the sound reverberated across the hills. Through it all, Lee heard the electric buzz of the cannons raining destruction. "A little past the nick of time, but it works for me," Walker said. At the wall, it rained dirt and body parts. This was the way the world ended. Plenty of bangs, a million whimpers, a myriad of screams, and endless slaughter. Lee and the men under him remained resolved to stop it. The Alamo had held. Winning today gave him hope that maybe they'd accomplish this great task. 33. Guns crashed in the crowded corridor. Heavily armed soldiers and clowns blazed away at each other at point-blank range. Ellis backpedaled with the rest of the squad, laying down automatic fire against the horde of Secret Service agents that boiled out of the control room. The bullets ripped through flesh and snapped bone. Blood sprayed in the smoky air. The clowns surrounded a scout and emptied their magazines into his thrashing body. Another sat slumped against the wall, bleeding out while he fired his carbine one-handed. Ramsey roared as he swung his rifle like a club, smashing skulls. Ellis continued to fall back as he reloaded and fired one magazine after another. Another scout grunted and pitched forward. Ramsey went down in a tangle of squirming bodies. Paul switched his saw machine gun to a cyclic rate of fire and sent 800 rounds per minute into the seething mob of black suits. Then no more agents came out of the control room. The wounded thrashed on the ground, braying with laughter, choked out of punctured lungs. Only Ellis and Paul remained on their feet. Every man the lieutenant had led into Area B had been cut down. Men he'd vowed to get out alive. Again, he had to wonder why he survived while so many others died. He advanced to the pile of bodies and methodically fired rounds into the squirming forms of the dying infected. Laughter turned to silence. His killing rage dissipated, leaving behind dull exhaustion. A void nothing could fill. The scouts gaped with sightless eyes, silently holding him responsible for their deaths. He entered the control room. A baffling array of monitors, controllers, and colored lights confronted him. One screen displayed a vast ornate chamber carved out of the basalt, covered with seething throngs of clowns. Some had once been the U.S. government, others the personnel who ran the facility, still more the brightest minds in the country who'd been brought here to save civilization. Thousands, Major Scott had said. There were thousands of clowns down here. And there were thousands of uninfected on level 2, Ellis reminded himself. More than 2,000 on the surface. He needed to keep fighting for them however he could, however long he could. He left the control room and joined Paul in hurriedly collecting dog tags and ammunition. Then the two soldiers tensely regarded each other. If Paul were going to betray him, now would be a good time. "Sorry about your men," Ellis said. "We should make contact with my people and yours," the giant soldier said. "Show me how the monitors work." Paul pointed out the control panel's features. Ellis spotted Bailey, still sitting slumped against the wall, and hoped he was alive. Captain Hayes led the Bushmasters, angry and resolute, across level 6. Ellis pointed to the monitor displaying the throngs of clowns. "What's that room?" "That's Congress." He keyed his radio. "Mole 6, Mole 3-1, over." He tried several more times, praying for a miracle, praying the signal would reach the level below him. Nothing. "Mole 6, Mole 3-1, over." "Go for... over," Hayes said. Ellis grunted in surprise. "We've secured the control room. Not sure how long we can hold it. Over." "Outstanding. Glad you're... over." 6, you appear to be heading toward Congress. I estimate 800 hostiles in that room. Repeat, 800 hostiles. How copy? Over." Damn it. Ellis repeated the transmission. "Copy. Describe assets. Over." "Wait 1. Ellis studied the monitor. 6, I count only 4 Secret Service and Old Guard carrying weapons. The rest are armed with tribal gear. Over." "Thanks for the intel. We proceeding assault. Over." "Wait 1. He glanced at Paul, who stared back at him, his expression unreadable. It didn't make any sense. Attacking Congress was pure madness, even for Hayes. The control room had been secured. He could open the blast door at any time, call the battalion's guns down to exterminate them all like rats. Then he gasped. On the monitor, he saw a crowd of clowns surge into the vast chamber. They dragged 3 prisoners on leashes. Sergeant Hackett, Corporal Rawlings, and one of Hackett's people. He understood why Hayes was attacking. 6, be advised the hostiles have 3 of our people hostage. Over. A pause. Ellis thought the signal failed to reach the captain, but a moment later the man's voice said clearly, "Copy that. Over." Paul pointed to one of the monitors. "Lieutenant." A mob of clowns marched up the stairs and spilled onto level 5, an endless river of sweaty, grotesque things that were once people, naked and mutilated, carrying homemade weaponry adorned with trophies. A legless girl led them, riding the shoulders of a hairy ogre. All of them on the march to take the control room back. On the monitor, Sergeant Bailey opened fire, dropping bodies. The clowns surrounded him with their knives. 6, we've got hostiles incoming. We'll hold as long as we can. Over. God help us all, Negative contact, 6. Say again. Over. Nothing. Ellis said, "Good luck, Captain. Out." He turned to Paul. "What are your orders from Major Scott?" "Secure and hold this room." They were still on the same side. His fears had been unfounded. "Go out in the corridor and round up every weapon you can find, every bullet. Stack them here." A slight smile flickered across the giant's face. "Roger, Lieutenant." The clowns finished with Bailey and resumed their march. They'd reached the control room in minutes. A plan had formed in Ellis's mind. Likelihood of succeeding, small. If it did, however, the rewards would be enormous. In fact, they might just win this fight. "We're going to hold this room," he said. Ellis radioed Hayes. He made contact with the surface. Then he pressed the button to open the blast door. He knew he very likely wouldn't survive the day, but it might be a good death, a meaningful death, a death that ensured the survival of countless others. Either way, he'd be with his family again soon. 34. Congress was in session. The clowns packed the vast subterranean chamber and its amphitheater seating, the seething mobs fighting and fucking and laughing. Gutted bodies rotted at their feet and hung from nooses along the walls. Smoke from roasting pits drifted along the vaulted ceiling. The Senate Majority Leader pounded a table with a charred foot. The Chief Justice masturbated energetically under his black robe. The Secretary of the Interior squatted to crap on the floor. President Gray stood behind the podium on the central dais. She appeared poised and confident, flanked by naked spearmen wearing wolfish grins. 3 metal poles had been set up in the middle of the chamber, waiting. A great roar filled the hall as Corporal Rawlings entered. She'd hoped to face her fate with grit, show these loonies the strength of 10th Mountain, spit in their eye, take her dignity with her to the other side. Any resolve she had bled out the moment she saw the screaming throngs. Her brain blanked, her mind blindly retreating. Her legs turned to jelly. Head down, gaping at nothing. She plodded forward. "Ha ha!" Sergeant Hackett roared back at the leering faces. "Ha!" Behind her, Blake vomited as they dragged him toward the poles. A reeking brute shoved Rawlings against the pole and tied her hands behind her back with a rope. "Oh, God," she said. "Jesus Christ." "Christ was crucified," the brute said. "Yes, he understood." She still hoped for mercy, the mercy that her death would be quick. "The only laugh that matters is the last one, Corporal," Hackett said as they tied him. "They'll kill us, but we're going to win." "Yes," the brute said. "All win together." "I'm scared, Hackett." Her voice squeaked like a child's, so quiet she barely heard herself. "I'm really scared. Shit!" The crazies rushed them one at a time, miming murder with their weapons, acting out some bizarre ritual. Rawlings flinched at the swish of the blades. "Show 'em your war face," Hackett said, glaring his defiance. "You too, Private Blake, you hear me? Show them they don't scare you." Blake gaped at the charging clowns. He sagged to the ground. Rawlings clenched her eyes. "Silence!" the president called. "Quiet, you fucking hecklers!" The spearmen flanking the president banged the butts of their weapons against the floor in a steady rhythm, calling them all to order. A Secret Service agent emptied his handgun at the ceiling. Heads turned. The crazies capered and howled, "Talk pretty, Mom Prez! Give us speech! Give us speech!" "The State of the Union has never been better," she said into a microphone. The clowns trembled as her words blared through the great room. "The prophets have delivered the gift of the New World Order, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, the great ones, men and women with real vision. Dr. Daniel Rice, Dr. Sheila Pinter, Dr. David Dallas, Dr. Courtney Moreau. They gave us the bug and changed the world, the gospel of pain. Our gospel. Our world." Eyes glazed with religious fervor, the clowns roared and raised their trophies as if making an offering to unseen gods. "Declaration of war!" somebody crowed, evoking a flurry of whoops. Gray's face twitched into a smile. "To honor them, we have taken meat for the sacrifice. We will render this meat and then return to the surface. We will burn Florida to the ground, hunt the meat, seize the missile bases, and rain nuclear fire." The crazies cheered. "Hunt the meat, rain the fire." The president paused to sip from a glass of water. She put on her bifocals and read over her notes. Point of order. The first prisoner to be presented for judgment is... She smiled again. Private Blake, United States Army. Blake moaned and shook his head. Don't let them see you scared, Blake, Hackett said. Don't let them. He stopped. Gestures of defiance, like his words, were pointless right now. No, Blake groaned. Please. Gray took off her glasses. Chief Justice, how do you rule? The bloated creature in the black robe extended his arm, thumb down. So be it, the president said. Scribes, enter it into the record. A woman came forward and sat on the dais. Several clowns began tattooing her back. The woman beamed with ecstasy at the pain. This was how the clowns preserved their history. Gray. And what shall the punishment be, wise judge? The Chief Justice mouthed a few words from his meaty lips. The clowns near him leaned in to hear. They hissed a word that got passed along through the excited crowd. Crematorium, Rawlings heard them say. Oh, God, she said. The crowd picked up the chant until it became a roar. Crematorium! Fight back, Private Blake, Hackett said. He struggled against his bonds but gave up, tears streaming down his stubble cheeks. You're not alone. We're all going together. We'll see you on the other side. Rawlings wanted to scream, take me, make me one of you, just don't burn me alive like him. But she didn't. The words stuck in her throat. The clowns had once been people who were now trapped inside monsters, people forced to commit atrocities to feed the bug. Compared to that, burning alive was a mercy, and arriving at that thought, she welcomed it. As long as she died without experiencing the never-ending pain of infection. I'm ready, she called out. Judge me! Hackett regarded her with wet eyes. That's it, Corporal. Show them. You'll see your wife again, Sergeant. You'll see her on the other side. Duke will watch out for her. You'll be with her again. He took a ragged breath. I will. Judge me! She screamed loud enough to silence them, if only for a moment. Next up, President Gray's droll monotone blared over the microphone, is Corporal Rawlings, Massachusetts Army National Guard. She gazed at Rawlings and licked her lips. Very tasty. How do you rule, Chief Justice? Guilty! The clowns shrieked as the Chief Justice gave another thumbs down. And what punishment suitably honors this soldier with the brave heart? The answer rippled through the crowd. The kitchen, the kitchen, the kitchen, the kitchen! Rawlings felt her stomach heave at the words. Death is better than infection, she told herself, and repeated it like a mantra. Death is not the end. I'm not National Guard, she cried in as strong a voice as she could muster. I'm 10th Mountain, and fuck you all. Gray said, Thank you, Corporal Rawlings. And lastly, we have Sergeant Douglas A. Hackett, United States Army, a real warrior. Guilty as sin. It's written on his face. What shall be his punishment, Chief Justice? The crowd seethed with joy as the news spread. One of us, they cried. Rawlings stared at Hackett, who gaped back at her in horror. One of us! One of us! One of us! Kill me! He roared at them. Kill me, you fucking chicken shit! Enter it into the people's history, Gray said. Chief Executioner will now carry out the punishments. The bloated man with the shorn ears and large knives lumbered forward, grunting like a pig. The clowns untied the soldiers. The reeking brute saluted and doubled over laughing. Freed, Rawlings fought them. Next to her, Hackett did the same. The clowns cackled and endured the punishment until the soldiers exhausted themselves. I'm sorry, Sergeant, Rawlings said. I'm going to kill her, Hackett raged. Bug or no bug, I'm gonna kill them all. She struggled again, and this time they beat her with sticks. Tenderize, the brute said. The lights went out. 35. Madness and shades of green. Through night vision goggles, Muldoon took in the nightmarish scene. Hundreds of clowns lurched about in the dark, bumping into each other. Several small fires at the back of the chamber provided some ambient light, casting the clowns in capering silhouettes. Enough light to make the room appear bright in his vision. He hoped not enough for them to see him. He glimpsed President Gray and wished he could take a shot at her. Then he spotted another group of infected holding Rawlings, Hackett, and Blake. He had to reach them and get them out of here. That was his mission. Ellis had given the light fighters this chance. They had to do it quickly and quietly. Muldoon rushed forward. The big sergeant hugged the clown from behind, swept his knife across the man's throat, and let him fall to the floor. Next to him, Hayes clamped his gloved hand over another's mouth as he plunged the knife into her heart. Nutter and Ramirez had already killed their first. The clowns hadn't caught on yet that they were being attacked. They wandered, wearing blank grins and muttering their gibberish. Muldoon killed 3, then 3 more. He felt nothing while doing it. He once suffered remorse killing the infected. Each kill had been like putting down a family pet that had gone rabid. Now he felt nothing more than the twinge of satisfaction one felt squashing a cockroach, moving a branch out of the road so he could move forward to his goal. That's one down, he thought. That's another. The light fighters broke through the knot of infected. Muldoon stood 5 feet from Rawlings now. She scanned blindly and turned to face in his direction. Her head tilted. She sensed something was happening. A flurry of knife thrusts. The bodies dropped with grunts. He took her hand. She tried to flinch away, but he held it tight. He murmured close to her ear, "First in." Rawlings's face broke into a hopeful smile at hearing 10th Mountain's credo. She clutched his hand as if it were a lifeline to sanity. Ramirez whispered to Hackett, who bowed his head and nodded. Hayes hauled the other light fighter to his feet. So far, so good. They might make this. Then the captain disappeared into the crowd as if taking a Sunday stroll. Muldoon frowned. Goddamn Hayes. He was going to try to kill the president, who was shouting something over the clown's hellish din. Nothing to be done about it. They had to proceed according to the plan. Hugging Rawlings's shoulder, the sergeant guided her toward the exit one small step at a time. Garza waited there in support with his machine gun. "We can do this," he prayed. "We're almost there." The room brightened. He pushed up his NVGs. The clowns passed torches through the crowd. A large woman, wearing a scalp as a necklace between pendulous breasts, smiled lovingly at Muldoon. "Oh, you came." She clapped her hands. Muldoon ignored her and kept going, leading Rawlings by the hand. The woman screamed at the top of her lungs, "Meat!" A bald man carrying a fire axe turned and grinned. "Meat?" Muldoon buried the knife in his skull, brought up his automatic shotgun, and opened fire. The clowns surged like moths toward the muzzle flashes. They cheered as if the sergeant had finally shown up to his surprise party. Rawlings scooped up the axe and brained a clown with it. "What's the plan, Duke?" "Stay alive." He fired, pivoted, and fired again, raining high-velocity buckshot into the seething horde, trying to clear a path to the exit. Garza opened up with his saw from the doorway. Hot metal ripped through the crowd. The clowns didn't care. They rushed in, a solid mass of sweaty, reeking bodies bristling with primitive weaponry. The light fighters no longer advanced, but reacted as the sheer numbers of clowns pushed them away from the exit and against a wall. "Reloadin'!" Nutter called out. Hackett stepped in front of him with a length of pipe in his hands and laid into the infected. Muldoon fired methodically, one blast after another, holding the flood back. Rawlings screamed like one possessed as she swung her fire axe. Muzzle flashes popped from the dais. A clown dropped in front of the squad as his head exploded. Then another. Captain Hayes was in action. Muldoon caught a glimpse of the captain emptying his magazine at the infected near the squad. Hayes drew his 9mm and shot at the clowns who rushed him. Then the laughing infected surged over him in a squirming pile. A colossal boom shook the chamber. The grenade ripped through the throng, flattening a large section of it into a carpet of squirming, bloody bodies. Shrapnel clattered off the granite walls. The clowns cheered at the carnage and surged against the squad. The captain had sacrificed himself for them. But it wasn't enough. The plan had failed. They were doomed. "Rawlings," Muldoon grunted. She swung the bloody axe to crunch against the collarbone of another clown. "Yeah." He wanted to tell her she made him feel something he hadn't felt in years, something he thought he'd never feel again. In all this shit, all this gore, all this endless blood and fire, she'd become a bright spot in his life. Even if she didn't feel the same way about him, it had meant something to him. Something important. His shotgun boomed, flinging bodies back in a red mist. A crazy thing to be thinking in combat, yeah, but he knew he was going to die. He wanted to tell her everything. "Keep at it," he said instead. "We're going to get through this." "No, we're not. But I'm going down fighting." "Reloading." The sergeant ejected the empty drum from his shotgun. Rawlings and Hackett laid into the infected, but it wasn't enough. A club smashed into Muldoon's shoulder, and pain lanced deep into his chest. Another blow glanced off his helmet. Rawlings staggered against him with a grunt before falling on her ass. Nutter hauled her back to her feet. Blake howled and threw himself into the press, smashing skulls with a war club. The clowns tore him to shreds and tossed his bloody torso in the air like a rag doll. Muldoon jammed a fresh drum into the shotgun, locked and loaded. He opened fire, sprayed death on full auto. Then the drum ran dry. He had nothing left. The clowns roared with laughter as they pressed in. The chamber filled with gunfire. The infected turned as light fighters advanced into Congress. Tongues of fire flashed from the barrels of their weapons. The clowns raced into the guns. Knots of soldiers fought hand-to-hand with clowns near the entrance. Then more soldiers pushed their way in and opened up with everything they had. The battle turned into a slaughter, an extermination, a cleansing. Muldoon howled and drove into the press, swinging his shotgun. Rawlings, Hackett, Nutter, and Ramirez followed, bashing skulls and bones. The last clowns fell in a pile at their feet as a squad of soldiers advanced. Rawlings dropped the axe and put her hands in the air. "We're not infected," Muldoon said. "Don't shoot. 10th Mountain here." Captain Beach emerged from the ranks of soldiers and stared at them. He gaped at the dead covering the floor under a pall of smoke. "Jesus Christ." "Thank you, Captain," Muldoon said. "You really saved our bacon." "Sergeant Ivy," the captain barked. "Sir." "Escort these people to the surface. Get them cleaned up. Give them whatever they need. Anything in your power to give, understand?" "Yes, sir." Rawlings fell to her knees, sobbing and shaking. "Oh, God." Hackett kneeled next to her and held her. She cried into his shoulder for a long time while soldiers rushed past in pursuit of the enemy. Muldoon took a knee as well and pulled off his respirator mask. He rested his hand on her shoulder and squeezed. She drew a ragged breath. "God bless you, Duke. Thank you for coming for us. Thank you for not giving up. Thank you." He smiled. "You're my girl." 36. The soldiers parted for the survivors. Rawlings, Muldoon, and Hackett stumbled out of the tunnel and into the cool night air. Nutter, Garza, and Ramirez came out next, cradling their weapons and smiling awkwardly at the attention. Sergeant Ivy led the way, telling the men to make a hole, though they didn't need to be told. The light fighters gaped at them, taking in their ragged, blood-stained uniforms and blackened faces. A few saluted. Others mimicked the gesture. Lieutenant Colonel Lee and Major Walker waited for them. "We're glad you made it out," Lee said. He opened his mouth but closed it after looking into Rawlings's vacant eyes. He could say nothing more. "Thank you, sir." Her voice sounded distant in her ears. "You'll need to be debriefed. Later on. For now, get some rest." The colonel turned to Walker. "Whatever they need, give it to them." "Yes, sir," the major said. "Whatever I need," Rawlings thought. "What I need is a hot bath, a bottle of Jack Daniels, and a few hours to drink myself into oblivion, because that's the only way I'll sleep again. A lifetime to process what I've survived and mourn what I've lost. Somebody explain to me why all those men had to die. Why I'm still alive." Muldoon squeezed her hand. "Come on." Billions of stars crowded the night sky, flickering as waves of smoke obscured them. Fires burned on the lawn, piles of dead bodies doused in gasoline and turned into bonfires. A gunshot boomed on the Heskos, then another. Riflemen taking down targets outside the wall. While she'd survived Area B, the battalion had been under siege up here. But they'd triumphed. The Alamo had held. The underground retaken. The battalion had enjoyed a stunning victory despite the suffering of its soldiers. Winning at all costs means somebody has to pay. The survivors walked up to one of the bonfires. Still holding Muldoon's hand, Rawlings stared into the flames. She drew strength from his grip and never wanted to let go. The heat blasted her face. She hated the infected. She wanted every one of them to die. Looking at the charred pile of remains being consumed by the fire, she found it hard to hate. She saw the flaming remains of mothers and fathers, sons and daughters, average people just like her. In death, the clowns became human again. Americans. She began. She wanted to talk about what had happened to her, but didn't know how to put it all into words. The infected mob carrying her off, the trial in Congress, their last stand, the horror of it all. "Yeah," Hackett said. He understood too well. "I lost them all. All my boys. They're gone. All of them." The soldiers said nothing. After a few moments, Rawlings said, "I'm sorry." Hackett. "Corporal?" "Yes?" He nodded to her as one did an equal, as one warrior did to acknowledge another, then said to Muldoon, "I owe you one. I owe you. Hackett stood there a few moments longer, at his own loss for words. "Get out of here," Muldoon said. "Go find Sherry. Do what you need to do." "I'm going to do that. Get cleaned up first." "Give her another kiss for me," Muldoon called after him. "You're still an asshole, Duke," Hackett called back. "What about you, Rawlings?" "I don't know. I'm just standing here. I'm okay right here." "The good colonel said whatever we need. I'd like to get stinking drunk. Anybody care to join me?" "Count me in," Nutter said. "Me too," Ramirez said. "Shit, yeah," Garza said. "We'll have a snort and shut up for a while," Muldoon said. "Then when you're ready, you can talk. I'll listen. I'll listen to everything." Rawlings looked at their fatigued but smiling faces. These boys had become something like family to her. Her tribe. "I could use a drink." 37. The infected stood arrayed in an invincible army. They howled and brayed like hyenas under a red sky thick with crows. Muldoon started awake. Around him, the survivors snored on the floor in the storage shed where they'd been quartered. During the night, Rawlings had left her sleeping bag and curled up next to him. Her T-shirt had ridden up over one shoulder. A line of purple bruises ran down her arm. She was one tough bird. Right now she looked peaceful. No sign of the nightmares she'd surely suffered during the night. Deep into a bottle of scotch, she'd finally opened up about what she and Hackett had gone through in their captivity. Then they talked about Donegal, Shelby, Brown, Klein. Gave their ghosts their due so they could rest and become memories. Memories that became heroes. All that remained was for Bravo to recover their remains and dog tags. Their war was over. Bravo had found Lieutenant Ellis in the control room among a heap of the dead. He and his men had held it long enough for the light fighters to flood into Area B and capture it. If not for his sacrifice, Rawlings and Hackett never would have made it out alive. If not for Captain Hayes blowing himself back to God. How many good men would this fight take? Who'd be left to inherit the earth? Muldoon doubted there were many meek left, and now even the strong were dropping like flies. Another part of the soldier's paradox. You experienced a primitive joy in combat so powerful it became addictive, while also experiencing a deep suffering at every death. Muldoon itched to get up, but didn't want to disturb Rawlings. Let her sleep. Let them all sleep. They deserved it. He also liked seeing her there at his side. Among the brutal lines and angles of army life, she stood out as something special. Just like moments like this stood out as heartbreakingly peaceful and beautiful in contrast to this never-ending, horrific war of survival. He eventually extracted himself from his sleeping bag without waking her. No small feat for a man his size. He steeled himself to face the day. Today might be another fight. It might not. Muldoon was ready for whatever the day brought him, as long as he had these people at his side, as long as they made it through. They were his. The big sergeant put on a fresh uniform and geared up. When he went outside, Lee was waiting for him. "Morning, Sergeant." He offered a mug. "Coffee?" "Thank you, Colonel. If you came to say you have another mission for us, I'm going to give this mug back to you through your ass. My people need a rest." Lee smiled. "You won't be the tip of the spear today, Sergeant." "Then to what do I owe the pleasure?" "I just want to say I appreciate what you did. I know the pucker factor was pretty severe down there. What you accomplished was beyond heroism. I put in with Side R for commendations for you and your men." "Thank you, sir." Muldoon tilted his head toward the blackened hulk of an M1 Abrams tank, slumped in the dirt near the wall. "From what I heard, things got dicey up here, too." Lee cleared his throat. "I also wanted to say you were right. Something you said a long time ago. Sometimes the mission isn't worth the cost." Muldoon said, "Colonel, you might just be right, too. The mission is survival. Ours, possibly everybody's. We'll embrace the suck and do what it takes." "All right, then." Lee hesitated. "Whatever you need." "Rest and refit is what we need. Don't keep us out of action too long, though, or we'll go batshit. I also need replacements, some good men. You'll get them." Muldoon saluted and watched the CO walk away. Then he shook his head. "Look at me," he thought, "being nice to an officer, and Colonel Lee of all people." He must have been getting soft. But sometimes the face of the big green machine was human, and he had to respect it when it showed itself. The sergeant gazed across the field at the light fighters humping their gear, the rumbling vehicles churning up the lawn, the civilians doing their laundry. A tribe, Rawlings had called them last night. No longer the army, but a tribe. Not to him. They were his army. But his tribe snored inside the storage shed. Soon he'd get his replacements. He'd whip them into shape until he felt confident they'd keep each other alive. They'd become part of his tribe, and he'd love them as if they were his own. 38. The stars and stripes still waved over the Alamo. Lieutenant Colonel Lee and Major Walker stood on the wall near the scarred hulk of a dead battle tank and gazed south. A lot of ground to cover before they reached Florida. Another 800 kilometers through Virginia, the Carolinas, and Georgia. More than halfway to their objective, but still so far. They'd bled for every mile. Holding the Alamo had cost the battalion irreplaceable men, vehicles, ordnance, and 2 of its best officers. "Too bad about Captain Hayes," Walker said. He sounded like he meant it. "Colonel Prince used to tell me that just once he wanted to punch you in the face," Lee said. "If you say another word about Hayes, I swear to Christ I'll do it." "Yes, sir," Walker said. "Stick with what you do best, Major. Organization. We need to consolidate units, identify installations where we can get ordnance and fuel. We'll need to leave some men here to safeguard Area B. That could have been Hayes." Walker wisely said nothing. "We'll need to promote from the ranks to fill some positions. I'd like your recommendations by tomorrow. Reddy gave us some good intel on what's between us and Florida. Captain Batista is going over it." "Very good, sir. We'll rest here a week. Any longer the men will get too comfortable." "We could just stay here, too," Walker said. "Go underground." "No," Lee said, though he found the idea appealing. "You don't really think we'll ever take the country back, do you?" "We have our duty, Major." General Reynolds had been pleased at the facility's capture, but not at their failure to find the president's body. It was rumored there was another way out of Area B, a secret passage known only to top officials. President Marion Gray had either hidden or escaped. They hadn't found the football either, the briefcase containing the nuclear launch codes. No hiding for him. Lee and his battalion had to see this thing through to the bitter end. Either everybody would come out of it with a future, or nobody would. The clowns thought it was their world now, but they were mistaken. They were trespassers, a pestilence, a blight. As long as 1st Battalion remained combat effective, they'd carry on the fight until they took the world back, cleansed it to make it safe again for something new, for the next generation to rebuild.